of the program with me, Joanne Joseph. The team is in. Melissa and Genewe producing the show and taking your calls. Mundli is the man of sound mind and Wandile is behind the lens. Welcome to it. Another busy show today and so much to talk about. Lots of stories breaking as we speak. I understand that the Midday Commission is going to inform Shamila Batoy about the issue of her testimony. We're going to take a look at that. Perhaps we'll dip in a little bit later on. And then, of course, it is UNESCO World Book Day. Children are reading less and less, as you're aware. There are so many distractions. So I want to know from you, are you invested in your children's reading? How do you get your children to read? Are you able to get them to read? And, of course, the importance, we're going to talk a little bit about the importance of storytelling in families where literacy levels are low. The idea is just to stimulate that desire to read and that desire for storytelling. We'll talk a little bit about that. In a short while, you're going to hear from the Hawks in Limpopo. They're clamping down on a group of people accused of defrauding NSFAS. We'll find out more about that in just a short while. I mean, how many incidents are we going to have where our children's money is stolen, the money for their studies is stolen, and people use that to fund their lavish lifestyles and the rest of it? It is absolutely appalling. And so we're looking at the work that the Hawks is doing in Limpopo, specifically at this stage, to ensure they're clamping down on people and companies who are suspected of this kind of crime. And then we're going to talk about the South African Human Rights Commission, and I'd like to hear your opinion on this, because I think it's no great surprise that the Constitutional Court ruled the way it did about the South African Human Rights Commission's powers. For starters, we know that the Section 9 institutions have different powers and they have different functions in the greater democracy in which we live. But it's a very interesting thing. The South African Human Rights Commission puts a great deal of investigation into each of these cases that are reported to it, right? And they're able to then, because of their accessibility, are able to bring some of the cases that would never have made it to light to the attention of authorities, and they're able to get rulings on that based on what happens in court. However, if the South African Human Rights Commission is not able to afford to be able to do that, what effect does it have on justice, especially for people living in rural areas or people who are just actually too afraid to access the justice system? Many people find the justice system a complete behemoth that is beyond them to approach, right? It's a very intimidating system, and people feel, well, I must just live with what was done to me. I actually have nowhere to go. The South African Human Rights Commission has been a great point of accessibility for people. So we're going to find out what happens now that the Constitutional Court has come out and said no. All findings of the South African Human Rights Commission, while they do have weight and influence, they do not have binding powers, and that means that what they decide is not equivalent to what would be decided in a court of law, and it will have to go and be fought in a court of law anyway, despite their findings. So 9:10, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll take your calls on some of the big issues of the day. Stay with us.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAfm will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
11 minutes past 9 it is on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. And of course, our studio line remains open, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line is 0614 104 107. Now you can either send a text to our WhatsApp line or you can send a voice note. We do ask you to keep them to between 30 and 45 seconds long, please, and no longer than that, so that we can actually give everyone a chance to be heard, and I can take as many of those voice notes as possible. One of you is commenting on the issue of crime. Let's hear what you had to say.
Hi, Joanne. How do you expect that the crime and the corruption will going down if the same people who are still in there, they already know the results of what they're doing, because they can even like maybe afford in the senior council for their, own deeds against the same people who like maybe, complaining against the complainant. So this thing is going nowhere, because the people, they ransacking NSFAS, they doing whatever and so on. After that, they go into the senior council, they win their case, they're repeating, so on and so on.
Yeah, I don't blame you for feeling discouraged by this, but I live in hope. I live in hope that we're starting to see a shift in the country, and I don't know if you're feeling it. Perhaps this is being led by the spirit of the Madlanga Commission, where all of a sudden you're seeing law enforcement agencies actually flex a little bit of muscle for a change. You're seeing suspensions, you're seeing arrests, and this is all happening while the Madlanga Commission is running, right? This is concurrent with the commission. And this is not something we've seen before. I mean, I think people are still wondering, from having watched the Zondo Commission, what the purpose of that was, except to expose the level of corruption in the country. Not much has been done in the way of that. But it looks as though crime-fighting agencies are suddenly being emboldened to take bigger steps than they were before. And perhaps they're much the same as we are, as citizens who say to ourselves, gosh, we're not seeing any kind of improvement. We're not seeing anything be done. We're seeing people who break the law with impunity. So why should we do this important work of trying to hold people accountable? But I'm starting to see a shift. I'm starting to sense a shift. It's a very personal thing. It's just from the reading that I'm doing, from the people I'm interviewing and talking to, I'm starting to feel a slight shift. And I don't know if you're feeling it too. Tell me if it's something I've imagined, because I'd like to know from you whether you're feeling the same way, that law enforcement agencies have suddenly received a shot in the arm, and they feel more emboldened to be able to do their work the way they weren't able to in previous months. Let's take a call from Bongani in Cape Town. You want to talk about job applications at the city of Cape Town. Bongani, good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. How are you, sister?
I'm so well, thank you. Go ahead, Bongani.
Yeah, man, I just want to, I'm just thinking now as I'm sitting here, I've been applying for City of Cape Town job as a driver, like waste manager, waste solid management and water sanitation. You know what pains me, Joanne? I've been applying since 2003 when we were still taking a CV to Civic Center, and then you wrote there the reference number.
Yes.
Until they changed to SMS, where you must SMS, and then they will keep your details, and then they will tell you you are on a database.
Right.
Until I apply again, and then I always apply since 2003 as a driver. And their qualifications just standard 10, and then the license and others, of which I've got some of them. Almost all, because when I apply, I make sure I've got all things.
Right.
But my problem is, since until 2003 until now, when you're going to a library and then you ask how do you, maybe you do something wrong, and then now they are using e-service. Even on that e-service, I try to put my details there. Even today, not even one call from a city of Cape Town.
Yeah,
and
no communication at all, Bongani. No SMSs or emails either.
Nothing. What pains me is that 5 years back, I was working with a colored guy. We both have code 14. Now that guy is working for City of Cape Town. It's almost 5 years now. I'm just thinking now, why those people from government, it's not about the Western Cape only, about the government, when they are advertising their job, they just say to us, we already have the standby people for those jobs. Because now we are wasting. It's almost 23 years, not even a SMS where they said, okay, we acknowledge you.
Yes.
And then I think 10 years back, I was speaking to the guy called Godfrey here in Cape Town. I don't know which position he held. I asked him, what did I do wrong on my CV? Because I don't even get any response.
Yeah. What did he say?
He told me I must upgrade my CV, and then he told me he's going to write on with a red pen on where I did wrong. I do that, Joanne. Even today, last month I was applying again. I'm using different people. Maybe I do something wrong on email, then I try to get people who can help me. Not even one they said, okay, you must come. You know, if you can feel better if they call you and then you fail. If they call you and then you fail, it's like, okay, they gave me a chance.
The interview, yeah. No, I understand that. I mean, that must be so frustrating. And Bongani, I really feel for individuals like you who are trying their best to keep looking for employment, because it's the easiest thing to say, well, I'll go off and I'll do something shady to bring money in, because I just can't get work. So I really respect people like you who are constantly trying to get work. But I mean, perhaps we ought to put that question to the city of Cape Town and ask why some people why their CVs are simply going unnoticed. I think it's an issue worth raising. Bongane, thank you for sharing your story with us. Nhlanhla in KZN is on the line to us on the issue of constitutional review. Nhlanhla, good morning.
Good morning, my sister Joanne. Appreciate for allowing me to exercise my freedom of speech.
You're welcome.
Yes, my sister, I'm still going to repeat myself on the issue of the constitutional review, because I'm not happy with the answers that I'm keep on receiving. We shouldn't be biased on the matters of the Constitution. I stand by that. I stand by protecting our democracy and our values.
Yes.
Constitutional review is a critical issue, because South Africans are busy complaining about the Constitution not being meaningful to their lives.
Right.
So
do you ever complain? I mean, on a yearly basis, we're supposed to go through a constitutional review. Do you ever write in, if there are oral hearings, do you ever go to them to make a comment on what bothers you about the Constitution?
What bothers me is the lack of the media addressing it, just like how you get to address the issue of voting. We are going to vote on May. Around November, but the idea of voting is being prioritized more than the other rights of participating in our democracy. Okay. For example, making our views heard on the constitutional review.
Yes.
So how are we going to make our views heard when the doesn't get to let us know that there's going to be reviews of such or of the Constitution?
Okay, so thank you for that, Nhlanhla. I'm going to take another call before we take a short break. But before we go there, I think it's a very important issue to actually bring up, because I think a lot of people phone into this program and they complain about the way laws are made, or sometimes they'll complain about court findings. But often those court findings are based on the existing law, right? And the cases are fought and won based on that. So the issue of constitutional review should happen on a yearly basis, and you're allowed to write to Parliament, and you're allowed to tell them that this is a law that you are unhappy with, and hopefully your voice is heard. Right? They receive all of those, and hopefully they collate them and they look at those in detail. But I think we should have a conversation about this, and I'm going to ask Melissa and Genewe to actually book us a guest on this issue of constitutional review, because I think we're not, as South Africans, in the habit of writing to Parliament and saying, I'm really irked about this law. This is what I find wrong with it, and this is how it's going to affect the running of our country. So I think we need to be more active citizens, but we also need to know what process is involved in writing to Parliament, who we write to, from a practical point of view, how we have our voices heard. So we don't only have to use the ballot box. On the big issues that involve the Constitution, we can very well write to Parliament and express our views really almost at any time of the year, and then they look at it on a yearly basis, or they should. So we'll have a conversation about that. I think Nhlanhla is making a very good point indeed, and this is an opportunity for us to be more active citizens.
Attention all shoppers.
Our supermarket shelves are full of unhealthy food. It's often hard for me to know which foods are good for my family. The information on packaged food is complicated and hard to understand. I wish we had easy-to-understand warning labels on foods high in salt, sugar, and saturated fat. We have the right to know what's in our food. Support front-of-package warning labels on unhealthy packaged foods. Sign the petition on healer.org. That's HEALA.org.
Top Billing brings you the very best in lifestyle, luxury and inspiration. From breathtaking homes and dream destinations to exclusive access to the people shaping culture and success, this is where style meets substance and every story shines. Tune in to the new season of Top Billing on S3, Thursdays at 7 p.m. starting from the 30th of April. Repeats Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1. You can also stream Top Billing live on SABC Plus. It's available on all app stores and on your smart TV. Top Billing, the best of the good life.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
9:23, we are talking to you here on the Daily Discourse. Our studio line 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. And yeah, I want to know from you. I asked an important question about the issue of books. And reading. And it concerns me a little bit that we're not getting any communications on that, because the reason I brought that to the fore is because it is UNESCO World Book and Copyright Day, right? There are all sorts of things attached to the second half of that, the copyright part of it. And I think part of the reason that we don't read in this country is that books are so expensive and that books are not always accessible. But I'm specifically talking about what you do to get your children to read. Are you able to get your children to read? How do you get them into the habit of reading? What has worked for you as a parent or a caregiver or a relative or a teacher? How exactly do you get your children to read? And how easy or difficult is it to access books? How do you do it? Do you go onto the internet? Do you find free books? I mean, there are organizations like Book Dash that write free books. It's actually a wonderful thing. I've never participated in it, but I'm quite keen to do this at some stage, where you spend the whole day devising the content of a children's book and you produce that over the course of one day. And they have graphics artists and all sorts of people involved, editors and so on, who will help you produce that book. It is produced free of charge to children, or given free of charge to children and those who are helping children to develop the culture of reading. And if you're a family that's not highly educated, or they're older people in the family who've not had access to education, storytelling is still a way of piquing children's interest in reading and books. The moment they've got that love for story, it actually drives them to want to know more. So let's take some of your calls on that. I would love to hear from you on that issue. In the meantime, we've got our caller Sasha on the line to us from Potch. Sasha, you want to talk about the ANC. Good morning.
Morning. I'm very well, and you? Thank you very much for thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome, Sasha. Go for it.
Yes, I just want to weigh in on something that was said by a caller, I think, on Kathy's show, Mike, about the ANC, how the ANC destroyed our country, South Africa. That is very true. The ANC have destroyed this country to a point that you can't recognize the country anymore. So now there was other AJ who also come and condemn this guy and say no, talk about Bantu education, etc. Bantu education, JJ, was much better than the education that our children are receiving now at our schools that from the ANC. I mean, that is why you can see you've got a grade 10 child who can't even read properly or whatever. So the ANC have destroyed this country to a point. You know what, JJ, what I can tell you, it's like somebody said, people who still vote for the ANC, support the ANC, it's either you are insane or maybe you are getting something from the ANC. But what we know about the ANC is that their children don't attend our schools They are in private schools, they are somewhere, because they know that the kind of education that they are giving to our children is taking them nowhere. So that's why I'm saying I fully agree with Mike that the ANC has destroyed this country. Everything that we are seeing today, it's the mess that was caused by the ANC.
Sasha, thank you so much for your call. And tell me, do you agree or disagree with Sasha? Has the ANC entirely ruined the country? I mean, it's a mixed record, isn't it? There's a lot that has been ruined in the country, but there are also pockets of things that have actually come together over the years. I don't think, for example, that we can compare Bantu education with the level of education we have now. We have a fairly flawed education system. I think arguably many people would agree that if our grade 4s cannot read, and when they do these Pearls benchmark tests once a year, it's a very worrying thing. Most of our children cannot read with comprehension, right? They can't read for meaning. But is that the same as Bantu education? I'm not sure. I think education has been widened out to a much larger group of children. Certainly the quality of education is, I don't think even arguably, I think it is actually better than Bantu education, because Bantu education was a particular ideological kind of education that was being given to the vast majority of South Africans. But the execution of these wonderful ideas around newer curricula and that kind of thing, whether they've been implemented properly or not, and whether children are able to access them in the way they should be able to, and whether our teachers are trained to be able to do that is another question altogether. One of you is commenting on the Madlanga Commission. Let's listen to what you think about that.
Good morning, Joanne. Lennon Khwedi. Joanne, Madlanga Commission is happening, like Freddie and JJ, my fellow truck drivers are saying that it is happening. It is happening. If you can't see right now and you are still sitting there and saying Madlanga Commission recommendations are not binding, wake up and smell the coffee. People are being arrested left and right and center. Once you appear there, and you are found to be wanting, it is happening before the recommendations, Lennon.
Good morning, Joanne. Trust you are well. Joanne, I want to concur with you. Yeah, the shift is definitely there in a positive direction, slowly but surely. What else can we do? As South Africans, we have to be patriotic and we have to be optimistic about this thing. And then just stay positive that the winds of change are definitely there. We just have to be hopeful. But yeah, I'm definitely I'm having the same feeling of the shift in the positive direction. Owen Stoffers in Alabama, Klerksdorp, Northwest. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much. Lovely to hear from you all over the country. One of you says, hello, Joanne. Welcome to SAfm. We are enjoying your program. Thank you so much. Yes, definitely positive things are happening in South Africa. Viva President Ramaphosa. That's from Sangri and Durban. So many of you will have opinions that are entirely split on whether the country is working or not, whether it's starting to work. If it's received that kind of shock treatment in the last few months, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that's changed. The more I read, the less I can actually put my finger on what it is that has changed. Is it the Madlanga Commission? Has that been a point where government has said, now we're going to finally start taking action? Or where's it coming from? Because some people are definitely feeling that shift. Based on your messages, I see it's not only me. But we'll talk a little bit more after this. Anne Musa is standing by and she is going to bring us your latest news headlines at 9:30. After that, we'll continue our conversation here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you very much for listening in.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, 3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the kidnapping and killing of 7 people in Newtown, Newark, north of KwaZulu-Natal. It's alleged that the trio kidnapped the victims from a house on Tuesday and later killed them that night. Johannesburg City Power has placed Abang Mashishi, a manager in the supply chain division, on precautionary suspension with immediate effect pending investigations. This relates to media reports and allegations lodged by a whistleblower into acts of misconduct and extortion involving current and former City Power contractors. And a senior United Nations official says even if the US and Israel's war with Iran ended tomorrow, at least 32 million people around the world would be pushed back into poverty. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
9:32 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us, and your messages are starting to flood in. Hello, Joanne. I hope you're well. Could you please assist in following up on the matter involving 9 officials from the Molemola municipality in Limpopo who were arrested in connection with alleged tender corruption and fraud? I'm particularly interested in whether they've been granted bail, as well as a clear update on the full story and current developments around the case. I believe this issue is gaining attention, and it would be valuable to get verified details. Thank you in advance, Sibata Letswalo in East London. Sibata, thank you so much for that, and your wishes are command. We'll follow up on that for you as well. All right, taking your calls. Bonakele in Cape Town. Thanks for your patience. You've been holding for a while, Bonakele. You want to comment on the ANC and SACP?
Absolutely. A very good morning, Joanne. You know, there's one thing that I like about us. I'm talking about South Africans, to have different views with regard to what the ANC has done as far as it was in government. Of course, I was smiling and, listening to the previous caller when he said the ANC destroyed this country. Something that I've noticed, when we entered into this democracy in 1994, everybody, we had this high expectations with regard to democracy because we expected quite a lot. This was because coming from the apartheid, the apartheid regime. But something of that sort didn't happen. Of course, people will be disappointed. I fully agree with that. But I'm not going to dwell much about that, you understand? So all in all I can say with regard to that, it's a kind of, there's a lot that needs to be done, but there's a lot that still needs to be done. That's something that we need to agree, whether one likes it or not. Yeah. But the one point I want to talk about is the ANC-SACP relationship. It's something that I've said long time ago, but I'm happy these things happen now, because there's no such thing as the SACP, like what the former president of this country, Tatu Jacob Zuma, did. How do you expect someone to have a dual membership? You form your own party on one hand, and then you're going to say, I'm still the ANC member. No, it doesn't work like that. Same applies with the SACP. So I wish and hope what I've been saying, so that we can see if the people of this country love the ANC. Without SACP, they must just go ahead and vote and go on their own, and the ANC stand on its own, so that we can experience things that to say, especially with these next elections. That's something that I want to see.
Thank you, Bonakele. Thank you so much for sharing those thoughts with us. It was a very unusual situation, isn't it? I mean, if you'd heard Professor Stephen Friedman, who's a wonderful analyst, on Kathy's show yesterday morning, he pointed something out that I thought was very interesting. It's not unusual for political parties to have coalitions and form alliances, but they generally always campaign on their own in elections. And this ANC-SACP relationship has been a very unusual one as political alliances go. And so, we were chatting about this earlier before the show, that it's going to be very interesting to see what individuals like the Higher Education Minister, Buti Manamela, do in this situation. A member of the SACP, a draw card for the SACP, but now, as per the ANC constitution, he cannot actively campaign for the SACP while being a member of the ANC, and so that part of the constitution is going to provide an interesting dilemma, and we're going to see exactly what that means for the SACP's future, as well as its loyalty to the ANC and its ability to draw SACP followers and adherents to the ANC. One of you is saying, hi Joanne, poor service delivery and corruption by the ANC elite are making non-white people talk it was better under apartheid rhetoric. That alone will tell you how certain individuals have sold out their people and how badly the ANC has failed. That's so sad, because life today will never be worse than apartheid, says Naveen in Durban. Let's listen to another voice note on this.
Good morning. I'm so concerned now. You see, all the time we hear people say ANC is not good for the South Africans. They destroying this country. I'm worried because before 1994, we told them ANC is not good for us. It's going to make us be same like our neighbors. So like Zimbabwe and others. But people, they didn't listen to us. Even 3 former presidents, they saying ANC is not good for South Africans. But they were not listening at that time. Tusi from Inanda, bye.
Tusi, thank you for that. I mean, the ANC was one of the parties, one of the most important parties that brought us liberation. So there is certainly great worth in that, right? But that's the thing, you know, being a liberator and being a governing party are 2 entirely different things. And once one comes into power, there's got to be a shift in mindset around how you are going to do this. You're faced with this unenviable task of having to not just liberate on paper and behind closed doors in negotiations, but actually liberate a country socioeconomically and in so many other philosophical ways as well, in order to make the country functional. And I think that's where the ANC has not coped, from that transition from liberator to governing party. And maybe that's a question that we need to ask an expert. How does one make that transition? And how do you ensure that the kind of corruption that we've seen take place in government in the ensuing years post-democracy is avoided? Taking a call from Luvo in PE. You want to talk about the health department in Gqeberha, Luvo. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Joanne. Joanne, our ANC has failed us dismally. Here's an example. Here in Port Elizabeth, we're having a major problem. I know it's nationwide about our hospitals and clinics which are not functioning. I'll make an example about one hospital. It's called Doranginza Hospital. What is happening there? It's unbelievable. It's chaotic. Our so-called foreign nationals, Zimbabweans, Malawians, they will come in there when they're 8-9 months, to give pregnancy. They are flocking that hospitals, undocumented, and they're demanding their rights. Number one, how do they get in through our borders? And number two, there was a show yesterday. People are complaining about the service from the hospitals, from the nurses. I'll ask the people, they must look at it this way. The nurses, the doctors, they are overworked and underpaid. There's a huge shortage, crisis. It's worse here in PE. I would like you to challenge you, Joanne. Can you please call Dr. Tshwane and address this problem? Because what are they doing with the nurses here in PE? They will hire them for 1 month contract, 1 month contract, 1 month contract, and then they will stay home forever. We don't know what's happening.
Okay.
We don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Can you please ask Dr. Tshwane, come on the station and address this? What is happening? Our sisters and brothers qualified. They're sitting at home. But the people who are at work currently, people are blaming them. They're telling them they are rude. No, they're not rude. If you're overworked and if you're working to a place where you can see the working conditions are not conducive, what are you going to do? You're going to get fed up. You're going to work. You're demoralized already.
I believe they are. I believe they are, Luvo. Thank you for that call, because we actually dealt with that a couple of weeks ago, but I think we do need to follow up on it. You're quite right. And what happened there in that district was that 6 other hospitals or clinics in nearby Motherwell collapsed, right? And so this issue even went to the public protector. All the patients from those other 6 clinics or hospitals were told they must go over to Doranginza. And so those healthcare workers are just so overwhelmed that they can't deal with the influx of people there. And we heard that they'd taken industrial action, which is not strictly allowed if you're a healthcare worker. But there is a sense of frustration there. And I wonder whether those healthcare workers are being heard. And I wonder whether the people who then suffer the effects of there not being enough hands to be able to help them are actually being helped. I can't imagine that if you've got 6 times the number of people you normally service, at least, then you're in a position to do that. It must be absolute chaos there. So we do need to follow up on that. And thank you, Luvo, for flagging that with us.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
now leave the SABC and see the tower block lit up, 27 stories of light. Move from Auckland Park into the shadow of the Hillbrow Post Office Tower.
This is the English service of the SABC. Here is the news, read by Patricia Carr. A member of the Planning Committee of the President's Council, Mr. Nick Tshwane, has been appointed chairman of the Council's Community Relations Community.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
Heading for 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, and there's disagreement over how powerful the South African Human Rights Commission actually is after the Constitutional Court decided it doesn't have the right to enforce its findings. Now, despite that, the country's highest court did, however, say the Commission's findings should have a significant influence on cases that come before it. The question about the Commission's powers came before the Constitutional Court as a result of a dispute over whether a farmer was compelled to provide a local community with access to borehole water on his farm. So what exactly does this ruling mean for the role the Human Rights Commission is supposed to play? Lawson Naidoo is Executive Secretary of the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution, and he'll guide us through this verdict. Good morning to you, Lawson Naidoo. Are you of the opinion that this ruling has weakened the powers of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Good morning, Joanne. Thank you very much. No, I don't think it has weakened. It's just clarified the powers and the functions of the Human Rights Commission within our constitutional framework. There were a range of institutions established under Chapter 9 of the Constitution 30-odd years ago in order to strengthen the foundations of our democracy. And there are a range of institutions, as we know. And the point that the court made yesterday is that they are not all the same. They don't all have the same roles, and therefore they don't have the same powers. The human rights body is there to protect, promote, and advance human rights, the rights in Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights. It has the ability to conduct investigations either on its own initiative or as a result of a complaint, to conduct research, and to make submissions to Parliament and to government around how to strengthen protections of human rights in the country. None of that has changed. But the court made the point that the language in the Constitution and in the underlying Human Rights Commission Act do not allow it to take binding decisions and to impose those on the parties. So This is a clarification of the legal situation, and not a diminution of the powers of the Commission.
But Mr. Naidoo, based on the ruling, some people would ask, why do you need a Human Rights Commission if you'll eventually have to go to court to litigate the issue anyway?
Because the Human Rights Commission plays a much broader role in terms of public education, in terms of engaging on policy issues with Parliament and the Executive, making recommendations regarding how to strengthen that. It is a specialist body designed to fulfill that purpose within our constitutional framework.
I mean, there are many communities that struggle to access justice in this country. Was the SAHRC not a more accessible point of contact for them to resolve their cases than a court which might appear to be out of their reach?
Well, it remains accessible to South Africans. As I say, nothing in this ruling diminishes the role of the Human Rights Commission to hear those complaints, to investigate them, and in many cases to be able to resolve them without recourse to the courts. The recourse to litigation is very much a last resort, and something that is still open to the Commission to do either of its own accord or to support those who have been victims of human rights abuses, taking those matters to court. Obviously, that, however, impacts or has a knock-on effect in terms of the resourcing of the Human Rights Commission. And I think we've heard from various Chapter 9 institutions over the years their lack of adequate resourcing to properly fulfill the mandate that they have in the Constitution. And that, in the case of the Human Rights Commission, would include litigating such issues.
You're making such an important point here, because Commissioner Tsepo Madlanga from the Human Rights Commission has come out and he's made the point that the Commission can't afford to support all the applications that would then have to proceed to court for a resolution. As it is, it's not able to actually take on on its current caseload. I just wonder how effective the Commission can be if it is not resourced to do the work it was meant to do.
Indeed. And Joanne, we go back to, 18 years or so ago when Professor Kader Asmal, the late Professor Asmal, chaired an ad hoc committee in Parliament looking at the structure, functioning and effectiveness of Chapter 9 institutions, which made a recommendation to consolidate the various rights bodies under Chapter 9 into a single human rights body. This was something taken up almost 10 years ago by the Fifth Parliament, but has not been progressed further. And I think we need to look at the framework of these institutions under Chapter 9, the Human Rights Commission, the Gender Commission, the CRL Commission, and others, to see how we streamline their functions and make them more effective 30 years, based on 30 years of experience.
Lawson Naidu, thank you so much for your insight into that story. He's Executive Secretary of the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution. Talk to us, let us know what your experience has been. Have you taken a case to the Human Rights Commission? Have they been able to assist you? Have they had the resources to be able to assist you? Were they able to at least do the groundwork for a case that you were then able to present in court to your satisfaction? Give us a sense of how you think the Human Rights Commission is going to continue carrying out its work without the powers of the other Section 9 bodies, Chapter 9 institutions, rather, that do similar work but do have binding findings.
There's something new happening on SABC2. Fresh stories, bold moves. It's just a whole new vibe. And I'm part of that vibe in Pimville. My name is Jesse Sundele, and you can catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Living every beat, the pulse of SA.
Top Billing brings you the very best in lifestyle, luxury and inspiration. From breathtaking homes and dream destinations to exclusive access to the people shaping culture and success. This is where style meets substance and every story shines. Tune in to the new season of Top Billing on S3, Thursdays at 7 p.m. starting from the 30th of April. Repeats Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1. You can also stream Top Billing live on SABC Plus, available on all app stores and on your smart TV. Top Billing, the best of the good life.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
All right, so it is almost 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse on SAfm. Thank you for talking to us. And one of the issues that we raised earlier is the issue of hope. Can we afford to be hopeful that there has been a shift in terms of how corruption is being dealt with in the country? Interestingly enough, I was actually watching something that President Obama did, the former American president, and he was doing a Q&A with an interviewer, and she asked him about the issue of hope. And she said, implied that we're living at a time in the United States where people have lost hope because of what is going on in that country at the moment. Should we still have hope? And he went on to say he does continue to have hope. He is still optimistic. He's not employing blind hope to understand what is going on in that country. But he believes that there are elements within that country that are able to help itself correct. And I believe that, perhaps I'm living in a fool's paradise, but I see so much potential in this country. There is so much brilliance in this country. There is so much will to still make the country work despite the setbacks we've had. And there have been many and very serious setbacks along the way. But we are that nation, I think, that can actually push ourselves to be able to think differently about ethics, about how we want to stamp out corruption and create a different kind of future for our children. So at 10 minutes to 10 here on the Daily Discourse, we're talking about the Hawks actually acting on what I've just been speaking about. They've just swooped on 11 people in Limpopo who are suspected of defrauding the National Student Financial Aid Scheme of millions of rand. The Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation is believed to have taken the group into custody this week. Let's get the details from Hawks spokesperson in Limpopo, Captain Wendy Ngabi. Captain, good morning to you, and thanks so much for your time on the program today. Can you confirm that the 11 suspects were taken into custody on Monday?
Good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the SAfm listeners. Yes, we can confirm that we did arrest the 11 suspects, including the 4 companies, on Monday, 28th April, and already appeared before Lephalale Magistrate Court in Polokwane on Tuesday, 21 April 2026. They are facing charges of fraud and theft.
And tell me, they've appeared in court already, have they?
Yes, ma'am, they have already appeared in court on the 21st of April. That was on Tuesday.
That was Tuesday. So have they been granted bail?
Yes, all of them, they were granted bail, different types of amounts. I don't know if it's possible if I can name all of them and the amount.
Well, you can just give us a range. A range of,
It's between 15,000 rand to 20,000 rand, basically from 3,000 rand to 20,000 rand.
I see. Okay, thank you. What exactly have they been charged with, Captain?
They are charged with fraud and theft. Sorry.
Fraud and theft. And how do you believe they went about defrauding NSFAS?
We got a whistleblower who alerted the Hawks that these people, they are busy defrauding the system, the Lephalale TVET college system. Basically, they were taking the money from the NSFAS and they were giving and opening up accounts to family members, different types of family members, and they would deposit the money into the accounts. And two of these main accused opened 4 accounts, and then they would transfer money into those accounts.
And presumably this was money earmarked for student bursaries.
Say that again, ma'am?
This was obviously money that was put aside for student bursaries.
Yes, this was the money that was given, that was supposed to be given to the students.
All right. When did the accused appear in court again, Captain?
They will appear again on Thursday, the 7th May 2026 at Limpopo Specialized Commercial Court on Thursday.
All right. Captain, there's been a surge in these kinds of arrests where government money is being siphoned. How focused are the Hawks on bringing more of these types of crimes to light?
Let me just speak on behalf of my provincial head,
yes.
Major General Lavenda. He said that the main commitment of fighting corruption and protecting public funds, especially money meant to support the student education, and then we urge the community to give us information of such things as we are still busy investigating such cases.
We're going to leave it there. Thank you very much for putting us in the picture. That was Captain Wendy Ngabi. She is the Hawks spokesperson in Limpopo.
Across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
It really does gall me to hear these stories about people who have stolen our children's money and stolen our children's future and stolen the forthcoming generation's future in the process. Because all it takes really is one generation of educated children to turn around the fortunes of a family, of several generations after that. And so when money is stolen, that was destined for education and for pulling families, entire families out of poverty. I don't know, it blows my mind. I find my blood starting to boil over that. So many of you, in fact, are talking about the ANC. Hi there, Joanne. I'm a regular listener of SAfm and a concerned community member who lives in Swartdrugens in Getleng Rivier, local municipality. As an independent activist staying in this community, I've requested that you must follow concerning an outcry by the youth here. Youth have been complaining about the manner in which the municipality is conducting shortlistings in governance projects and programs such as learnerships, internships, and municipal post vacancies in which they're forced to fill in and sign ANC membership as access to benefit in those government programs. Failure to do that, they are not taken. This has been taking place for a long time, despite the fact that this municipality has been placed under indigence as opportunities are very scarce here. And one of you also says in response to that, I don't know, perhaps it's the same person, ANC leaders and councillors are truly stressing and violating the social justice of our vulnerable youth. So obviously that is unlawful. That is what is happening, but we will look into that as well. I think you're actually producing our show for us here because you've given us lots of leads in terms of what stories we ought to be following on the Daily Discourse, but we love to hear from you. And we care about the future of the children and the youth of this country, and we want to see them prosper. And so stories like this definitely need to be followed up. I want to listen to this voice note on the issue of a teacher's strike.
Hi, Joanne. Hoping you were this day. Joanne, you can sometimes understand why some people are saying from the time when the ANC took over, the country has just gone down. You know, Joanne, I think it was last month, I was so shocked to see millions and millions of teachers. They were actually marching to the Department of Education in Pietermaritzburg, right, with the memorandum, right? And these teachers are claiming that they've been sitting at home, right? They're not working, right? Some of these teachers are qualified mathematics teachers, English teachers, and physical science. And they also claim that if they're looking for employment now, some of these principals, they've got to pay a bribe of about 30,000 rand. 30,000 rand. And this has been reported to the Minister of Education, and nothing is happening. Nothing, Joanne. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us. Gosh, corruption has really spread its tentacles into just about every aspect of our lives. I mean, that is horrifying, considering that we actually have a shortage of good teachers in the country. Charlie from Koffiefontein is on the line to us. Charlie, what's on your mind? Good morning.
Good morning, Joanne. Yes, I wanted to talk about the marches of March and March, which is happening mainly in KZN.
Yes.
So now, what I've seen from social media regarding those marches now, from our fellow Africans, that some of them have now the belief that because they have assisted the ANC during apartheid, now they should be let into the country, whether legally or illegally. And then they've got this tendency of telling us that we cannot complain when there are wrongdoings being done by illegal foreigners in South Africa because as black people, we do not own the economy, we are slaves of white people and so forth. So now I'm asking myself, if your country is so productive and anything, why would you want to come to a country illegally and then come and want to do business, but you don't meet the business requirements which is required to do business in South Africa? You come, what you say, you are asylum seeker, but you don't apply for a business visa. When you are here, you don't even register the tax shops that you're operating in. And then when people like March and March ask regarding this, then they'll be labeled anti-xenophobic or slaves of white people in South Africa. But you don't do these things in your country.
Yeah.
So we are just supposed to sit back and let people do as they please because they have assisted us during apartheid or what. And lastly, before I let you go, the other people that I also blame regarding this, the ANC, the EFF, and the DA are pro-illegal foreigners. But one entity which I also blame ONAJOF is that the media is not reporting enough on this, on the care that illegal immigration has on our country.
So we do talk about it a lot on the show. I mean, we've been talking about it in regards to the RAF over the course of the last few days, Charlie. We spent a good part of our show over 2 days speaking about that. But it is an issue that is going to rear its head in various different sectors. But you're quite right when you say that people need to come into the country legally, right? We have to have regulations around this. And Home Affairs has got to do its part in ensuring that if people are coming into the country, you know, they are registered and that there's a record of them moving around in the country. And if they're going to engage in business, obviously, there have got to be ways of registering those businesses and making sure that all of them are legal. So I take your point, but I worry that our borders are also very porous and not enough has been done about that in recent years, Charlie. So Charlie, thank you for that call, and I think we do need to have a more serious conversation about that. 10 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse. We will keep talking after your latest news bulletin with Anne Musa.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, suspects arrested in KZN family killing and City Power places supply chain manager on precautionary suspension. Good morning. 3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the kidnapping and killing of 7 people in Newtown, north of KwaZulu-Natal. It's alleged the trio kidnapped the victims from a house on Tuesday and later killed them that night in Malmouth. Police have established that one of the suspects worked for the victims. Police spokesperson Robert Nechihunda says the victims are aged between 20 and 83.
A total of 11 cell phones were found in possession of the suspects. He and his accomplices allegedly broke into the victim's house tied them up with a rope, and one of them allegedly raped a 20-year-old woman before loading them onto a vehicle belonging to one of the victims and drove to Melmoth, a distance of approximately 200 kilometers from the scene. Police also unearthed that the same suspect who raped the 20-year-old woman at the house raped her again in Melmoth before demanding banking details and PIN from the 3 victims. After collecting the banking details, the suspects shot and killed 3 victims to death. The other 4 victims were brutally stabbed to death. Police also discovered that on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, several bank transfers were made on the victims' accounts.
Johannesburg City Power has placed Tabang Mashishi, a manager in the supply chain division, on precautionary suspension with immediate effect pending investigations. This relates to media reports and allegations lodged by a whistleblower into acts of misconduct and extortion involving current and former City Power contractors. The power utility has also confirmed that Mervyn Bayapi, the General Manager for Research and Development, remains on suspension in connection with a separate case previously reported against him. It's alleged that senior City Power officials allegedly extorted over 2 million rand from the whistleblower, who's also contracted to the power utility. City Power spokesperson Isaac Mangena.
These steps form part of our ongoing efforts to root out corruption, enforce accountability, and also protect the integrity of City Power. Over the past year, we have intensified our efforts to address wrongdoing, including cases of suspected collusion and price fixing between employees and contractors. This has resulted in a number of suspensions and dismissals, and also the termination of relationships with some of the implicated service providers. We remain firm in our stance that there is no place for corruption or unethical conduct within City Power.
The Western Cape High Court has dismissed an urgent application by suspended City of Ekurhuleni Head of Legal and Risk Services, Advocate Kemi Bihari, to stop the city from instituting disciplinary proceedings. The court dismissed his application due to an ongoing internal disciplinary hearing and his suspension following allegations of misconduct. Bihari appeared at the Madlanga Commission, where it emerged that he failed to take action against suspended and now arrested Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Chief Julius Mkwanazi. Tabiso Khadebe reports.
Bihari was suspended last year in December following a council resolution. In his agent application, he was seeking to interdict the city of Ekurhuleni from continuing with an internal disciplinary hearing, which he contended he should have instead be referred to the South African Local Government Bargaining Council for pre-dismissal arbitration in terms of Section 188A11 of the Labour Relations Act. The court dismissed his application with the cost.
A report released by the Human Rights Commission on the state of service delivery at municipalities in the Northern Cape points to governance failures and financial and institutional challenges, among other things. The HRC says their findings have showed recurring failures. Commissioner Henk Boshoff.
All municipalities, but also the provincial government, are supposed to have a disaster management fund, even at municipal level. And the intention of us recommending to the Premier that he should declare a provincial disaster is then also for him to then tap into the provincial disaster management fund, and then to ensure that these sewage villages in Solplaiki in particular are being dealt with.
And finally, a senior United Nations official says even if the US and Israel's war with Iran ended tomorrow, at least 32 million people around the world would be pushed back into poverty. The head of the UN Development Programme, Alexander De Croo, says decades of progress was being undone in just a matter of weeks.
In Iran, the estimation is that millions of people will be pushed into poverty. But then you see other effects. Sub-Saharan Africa, big effects through increase of energy prices, but also through unavailability of fertilizers. Many of those countries are in the planting season now, do not have access to fertilizers, so will lead to more than 40 million people risking of being in food insecurity.
Recapping the top story, 3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the kidnapping and killing of 7 people in Newtown, north of KwaZulu-Natal. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
SAfm. Prime time all day long. If we have rights, shouldn't we also have opinions? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
It's just gone 7 minutes past 10 here on the Daily Discourse. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to have you with us. We are into the second hour of our program now. And remember that studio line, 086 000 2032, if you'd like to talk to us. We're standing by on WhatsApp, 0614 104 107. Your voice notes should be short, but keep them coming. We're going to get through a few more of your messages and your voice notes on that line in just a short while. Let me tell you about what's coming up in the next hour on the show. This is actually a very sad story. I think you may remember it from a few years ago. You may remember that Hillary Gardi, who was the daughter of the Economic Freedom Fighters Deputy President Gardi, was murdered, quite sadly. She was only 28 years old when she died, but a whole lot has come out in the subsequent years because people were arrested and then they were released. And so there was never any finality on what actually happened in that case. The police never actually got to the bottom of it. Now there have been allegations made by Daphne Manamela, who is the suspended Madlanga Police Commissioner, that several cops actually interfered in that investigation. And so the Gardi family wants something done about it. They actually want the inquiry, the Madlanga Commission inquiry, to look into what is alleged to be police interference in their daughter's death. So we're going to have a conversation with the EFF on that in just a short while. And then a little bit later on in the program, around about 10:30 or so, we're going to be talking about emerging AI regulation in South Africa. Government has come up with a framework. It's about time. We need something within which to work because AI is changing the way we do business. It's changing the way our children learn. It's changing all sorts of aspects of our lives. And if we do not have a legal framework and a policy framework within which to operate, we're going to find ourselves in a lot of trouble. Interestingly enough, it's happening in 3 phases, right? It's going to happen over a few years, and I can understand why. It's because it is a really complex issue that requires one to watch the pace at which things are moving. And I guess we might have to self-adjust and self-correct along the way as these policies and laws are made. And so we're going to speak to an expert in just a short while about how exactly this policy is being made so far, the fact that you can comment on it, and that Parliament would really need your input to be able to essentially collate all your opinions and put them into a working law. Of course, there are experts who are already working on that, but you need to be able to comment to say this is how I want it to look. So especially the experts among you, we'd love to hear from you on the issue of AI and what you would like to see happening in regard to how that policy is formulated. Also, something that's happening right now, Julius Mkwanazi and Kagiso Lerutla in court for bail. And let me just remind you who they are. The Ekurhuleni officials who are appearing in court this morning. The reason their names are familiar to you is because Julius Mkwanazi is, of course, the suspended EMPD deputy chief. And the other city official is the Ekurhuleni city manager, Kagiso Lerutla. And they are appearing in court to ask for bail this morning. They're in the Boksburg Magistrates Court at the moment, and perhaps we can just dip in to hear a little bit of sound from what is going on there.
Thank you, Bishop. It is no secret that I have made known my aspirations of applying for the position of Chief of Police, which office will become vacant at the end of the year. Of course, my arrest and prosecution negatively impacts my eligibility for the role, if not, in fact, bars me completely from being considered for it. 28.
Right, that audio is not particularly clear, but it was just to give you a taste of what is happening in court at this hour with those 2 individuals, Julius Mkwanazi and Kagiso Lerutla, who are applying for bail right now. They are accused of fraud and corruption.
who says talking never solves anything. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Top Billing is back with a bold new chapter and fresh new faces leading the way. Get ready to experience the world of luxury, travel, design and inspiring stories with their dynamic new presenters. Zozibeni Tunzi, Bryony Govender, Arno Greef and Sinemivuyo Mpulu, bringing their unique style, energy and perspective to every moment. The all-new season of Top Billing premieres on S3 Thursday the 30th of April at 7 p.m, repeats Tuesdays at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1. Top Billing is back. You don't want to miss it.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
All right, we're swapping things around. We were going to do the Gardi story first, but we'll come back to that because we can't quite reach the EFF at this moment. So let's start with the issue of artificial intelligence and the framing of the legality around it. South Africa, as you know, is now going to be introducing new policies around AI, and it's asking for you to comment on how you feel about it. The draft national AI policy is meant to protect the public and to find ways to ensure that the country's most disadvantaged people are among those who benefit from the way it's implemented. But it'll also deal with issues of ethics, governance and accountability, and it'll likely be introduced in phases over 3 years. So let's speak to tech and privacy lawyer and founder of the Lit Institute, Narishka Bowen. Ms. Bowen, good morning to you, and thank you so much for making yourself available this morning. For starters, how comprehensive is this draft policy looking so far?
Good morning, Joanne. So lovely to be here today. So the policy, it is quite a comprehensive document, stacking in at about 86 pages. One thing I will say, though, is that it is intentionally drafted in very open-ended language. So the point of the policy is a conversation starter. I think they're really looking for, private sector and stakeholders and experts to come forward and engage with the policy to really get it to where it needs to be.
How inclusive has government been so far in consulting experts from the different sectors to assemble this draft policy, since I think many of them will likely be using this policy in different ways?
So the process started back in 2024, where they launched a policy framework. And after publishing that, they received 32 submissions, which they did take into account, in compiling this. They've also held various stakeholder engagement sessions where they've invited various members of various sectors to come and engage with government and stakeholders. And the intention is, now that we've got this policy, to continue with that stakeholder engagement going forward as we go over the next 3 years of implementation of the policy.
So I want to talk through the 6 pillars, Ms. Bowen, and the first is responsible governance. How is that going to be applied in relation to AI, do you think?
So at the moment, it does sound a little bit ambitious when we're looking into the detail of it. There's a number of bodies that are proposed to be set up, everything from an AI commission to an AI ethics board, a regulatory authority, an ombudsperson, a regulatory forum. So it sounds quite nice in theory to say we've got all of these bodies that are kind of having an oversight and regulating and protecting us from harms and things like that. When we get down into the nitty-gritty and the application of this, where's the budget going to come from? How are they going to function? Practically speaking, who are the people that are going to be manning these institutions? Then the more practical questions come up, as we've seen in other sectors as well. It is taking a sector approach. They do want, other regulated sectors to also come in to the conversation. So, for example, financial services, which is already a highly regulated industry, perhaps the existing regulators there can also start assisting on the regulation of AI within that particular sector. So there's a lot that the policy speaks to when it comes to kind of that regulatory oversight.
The second pillar is interesting, ethical and inclusive AI. And I think many of us are already battling with this. If we have children who are writing essays and having to submit material to tertiary institutions, how are we going to navigate the reality of ethics in AI that in a way has already invaded our lives?
100%. I think that's the biggest question we're facing, not just, locally, but globally, is that these tools have been built, without much supervision. They're already embedded into our lives, into our personal lives, into our work lives. We're using these tools, even though they may have bias and discrimination baked into them in terms of the training data that they were trained on, in terms of the outputs that they've been given. If you've used it, I'm sure you've come across some of the typical stereotypes you find in life will continue to permit themselves in these AI tools. Now, none of that has been fixed, but we are continuing to use these tools because of the efficiencies and all the rest of it that it's been giving us. But when you look at it from a human rights lens, all we're doing is we're further perpetuating existing biases and discrimination in society. And so the policy tries to look at it through an Ubuntu lens and looks at how can we almost govern these tools with the philosophy of Ubuntu, and by kind of embedding our philosophy into these tools, perhaps creating that more inclusive environment. So again, an ambitious thought, but I like the angle that it's moving towards.
I want to pick up on that thought, and I'm going to ask you a little bit about job creation before I come back to that thought, because what you've mentioned is very, very important. I'm going to skip ahead to the fourth pillar and the fifth one and kind of combine them, because they talk about inclusive growth and job creation, and they talk about human-centered deployment. But AI experts are already telling us that as a result of the deployment of AI, a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. A lot of them are going to be young people who've just entered the market. And the fear is that the introduction of AI is going to have a devastating effect on our already low unemployment in the country.
That's a real issue that we're dealing with across sectors at the moment. Yes, we will go through some kind of industrial revolution with AI, where there will be some jobs that doesn't make sense to hire humans anymore to conduct those jobs, whereas an AI can do it faster, cheaper, quicker, and all the rest of it. And so we will go through that evolution. What we're seeing, even from corporate South Africa, I was speaking at one of the large banks last week, and they've already initiated a program where they are identifying roles that in future may become obsolete due to AI and other technology advances, and they are already implementing programs to reskill and upskill those individuals, either to redeploy them within the bank or also encouraging people to already start a side hustle while employed, so that if the day comes where they may no longer have a job because the job has become obsolete, they've already got a second income that they've been working on the side to kind of supplement them in that eventuality. From a South African perspective, as you quite rightly said, we already sit with an unemployment issue. So, what does this mean if we are we just making the situation bigger? So there's two ways to look at it. If we handle this in one way, we could actually be stimulating the economy and growing and creating new jobs. Because yes, AI will be taking a lot of current jobs, but it's also going to create new jobs that we haven't even heard of yet. So there's also an opportunity that's sitting here, that if we handle this in the right way and we put our priorities towards economic stimulation, innovation, and growth, that yes, we can actually create new jobs and opportunities as well. So it doesn't mean we will get it right, but there is it's not all doom and gloom. There is still some opportunity as well.
We're speaking to tech and privacy lawyer and founder of the Lit Institute, Narishka Bowen, at this hour, or Bowen rather. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation with her. And remember, you too can speak to her on our studio line. Get in touch with us. Send us a voice note if you like on 0614 104 107.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
21 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. We're having a conversation about South Africa's new policies around artificial intelligence. And of course, this is the catchphrase of the decade, if you like, so far. But government is asking for you to comment on how you feel about the draft national AI policy that is coming out. And so if you're an expert in this field, but even if you're someone who's interested in any other aspect of this, like, for example, the human-centered deployment, I think there's a lot to be said, and we do need to make our voices heard on this issue. We're speaking to tech and privacy lawyer and founder of the Lit Institute, Narishka Bowen. Narishka, thank you. We continue our conversation on this issue. And this issue of human-centered deployment was an interesting one to me because you spoke about the issue of Ubuntu a little bit earlier on, and I think that talks to the cultural preservation as well as international integration. So there are a couple of things that bother me about this aspect of it. Firstly, I'm concerned about the fact that a lot of AI has already originated in the West, and we are simply following as Africans. So we are adapting these ideas. They're not our own ideas. If we adapt these ideas for our own use, they still originate in the West, and so they may not be perfect solutions for the particular problems we have as Africans. How do we step forward and say we are ready in certain ways to take the lead on this, not just to be followers and adopters?
No, I think you've asked such an important question in this kind of AI race that we find ourselves in at a geopolitical level. And yes, in the current state that we're in, we almost we have no option but to use Western-centric tools because they have become so pervasive. And we've seen that with tech, for example, like social media and things like that, where the dominant has been the Western-centric narrative. Now, if we allow that to continue and just accept the status quo as it is, as you've quite rightly said, when it comes to AI, it's a lot deeper than that because, one, it's what data has these algorithms been trained on. Remember, AI is just as good as the data that it's been fed. Now, most of these tools have been fed on all publicly available information on the internet, plus a number of other private databases that they've been given access to. A number of them are incredibly Western-centric in nature. There's a number of reasons for that, the main one being that they were developed in Western-centric countries, yes. But also there is this lack of data a situation we're also having in a more local context. We don't have that vast amount of data sets available, for example, in local languages and things like that, to provide the level of quality of data required to train these models. What's then been happening on top of that is you have these things called guardrails being put in place after the training has occurred. Now, what guardrails are, it's basically the do's and don'ts. What can an AI model do? What can it can't do? Now, who's deciding what can an AI model do or don't? It's the developers of these tools. And how are they making those decisions? It's stemming back to their own philosophical beliefs, whether they are right-leaning or left-leaning, what their morals and values are, and that's what's being baked into these tools before we are even receiving them. So yes, that is a huge issue that we don't have a short or quick answer to. Up until recently, it was believed that it would be impossible to recreate one of these tools from scratch because of how expensive the cost is to getting access to these chips, training these models and the rest of it. But last year, China actually created a model called DeepSeek at a much cheaper price point than any of the Western-centric models. And they did it without having access to the best chips in the world. They had kind of a mid-tier AI chips because the US limits exports to China of the best chips, but they were still able to create something that was on par with the leading frontier labs in Silicon Valley. And so that gives us a little bit of hope to say, actually, with smaller budgets, without having access to all the best chips in the world, we possibly could still create something locally that is still very powerful. And so that's currently where we're sitting. We don't have that yet, but we have the possibility that, yes, if we have the right funding, if we have the right policy frameworks in place, we could also be a creator, not just a consumer of this.
Very interesting indeed. Thank you so much for your insight into the story. Narushka Bowen, tech and privacy lawyer and founder of the Lit Institute. What is your take on this? Are you somebody who's going to be writing to government on this as this policy comes together? What are you going to be saying to them? And how do you want to see this policy shaped? And I'll tell you why. There's something about AI that Ms. Bowen has actually tackled, but it also brought to mind something that I read about a few weeks ago. And essentially it was someone asking for AI to create an image for them of a doctor in Africa. And so they put in quite specific instructions. They said they put this into, as I understand it, was ChatGPT, if I'm not mistaken. And they put these instructions into the AI and they asked AI to create a picture of an African doctor for them. And after being fed with several rounds of information in order to define the specifics of exactly what the user wanted, the AI came up with a picture of a giraffe with a stethoscope around its neck. Now think about that. On the face of it, okay, Mundli's canning himself here, he's laughing. But on the face of it, it seems funny, right? But in a manner of speaking, it's not. It's actually very serious. It means that the people who have actually developed these programs and who have fed information to these programs in order to further develop them are simply approaching them from a mindset that sees us as Africans as inferior. How could a fairly advanced AI model not be able to conceive of a doctor in Africa? There are plenty of doctors in Africa. There are plenty of doctors in South Africa in particular. So I mean, I'm astonished that this is the kind of feedback that one gets from a model that has been developed, founded and developed, invented and innovated by people living in the global north. And essentially, it's taken the bias of the creators on in this process. Everyone who programs this content comes to a certain level of bias. They bring their worldview to it. They bring their subjectivities. They bring their politics. They bring their world perspectives, right? And if you layer a model, an AI model with all of these elements, right, and you are a prejudicial person or you're a product of a society that is prejudicial by nature, we have a serious problem if we as Africans are just consuming that content mindlessly without being critical of what we are reading and what we are getting out of it. And so give me your experiences. What have you experienced when you've asked AI to call up certain things that you expected it would have an easy answer to? Have you gotten the answers you want? And how critical are you in responding to the answers that you get out of AI? Do you look at what has critically been presented before you and are you saying to yourself, no, this is inadequate for these particular reasons, or this doesn't answer the question correctly? I mean, obviously, they're asking for feedback and for development to be able to develop these models with the input of people around the world. They're reading all our content, they're taking all our social media content, and a lot of that is feeding into the kind of the model that they're developing. But whether it is from the global north, as in ChatGPT, or whether it's DeepSeek from China, which is in Asia, that does not mean that an African perspective is built into either of those models or any of them that come out of those locations. What are we as Africans going to put forward in terms of our answer to these models? 10:30, time for your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, on the news headlines on SAfm. I'm Mondalambana, and a very good morning. Suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the city manager Kagiso Leluhla are applying for bail in the Boksburg Magistrates Court. They were arrested over the weekend on charges of corruption, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. 3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the kidnapping and killing of 7 people in Newtown, Newark, north of KwaZulu-Natal, and a report released by the Human Rights Commission on the state of service delivery at the Northern Cape municipalities points to governance failures and financial and institutional challenges, among other things. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:31 here on the Daily Discourse. I'm Joanne Joseph. Great to be with you as always. We're having some fascinating conversations at this hour. We just had a chat about AI and government asking for your feedback on what should go into the AI policy. Unfortunately, we were supposed to speak to the EFF about the Gardi family wanting testimony at the Madlanga Commission. They essentially have appealed to the Madlanga Commission to look into the death of their daughter, Hilary Gardi, who died very violently at the age of 28. She was shot dead, and there was no progress made in that case. And one of these suspended Mpumalanga police officials came out and said a few days ago that there was police interference in that case, and that is why it was never solved. And so I'm very keen to know from you exactly how they should proceed with that. Should the Madlanga Commission be looking into cases of this kind where families are involved, where a family member has been lost and there's been police interference? It was interesting to me because it's not just a general case about corruption and that kind of thing. It brings it down to a very small family unit that has been affected by this. But of course, the police should be working for every family unit in this country to keep us safe. And so it makes sense to me that is a possibility, but we're waiting to hear from the Madlanga Commission whether it is interested in exploring that or not. Let's listen to some of your voice notes on the issue of AI benefits.
Joanna, the real benefits of this AI is that we understand, applying it in the Ubuntu way is the only way, because Ubuntu is the human way, so which other way can we apply it if it's not the human way? I mean, all other ways, eventually it will be inhuman ways, so let's understand that the Ubuntu way is the only way to apply it. It's not like we have a choice here of it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And I think that goes back to what a lot of experts on this are saying, that we've got to make it work for us and not be slaves to it. One of you says, "Good morning, ma'am. There remains a credible basis for hope in our beloved Mzansi, contingent upon a demonstrable collective resolve from both government and citizenry. By revitalizing the ethical tenets of Ubuntu and committing to pragmatic interventions, the nation can confront systemic challenges, restore institutional integrity, and cultivate an inclusive trajectory of sustainable development." That's Tony from Durbanville. Thank you, Tony. I think we live in one of the best countries in the world, and we just can't give up on it. We have too much going for us. South Africa is by no means a lost case. Another voice note on AI.
Hi, the lady there. So in terms of this artificial intelligence that is coming up, so the world at large also must control its population, because in the near future then people shall not be working, you see. So therefore the population must be controlled. We should stop bearing many kids. Where are they going to work if the artificial intelligence is already here? Thanks, Willie and Kuma.
Willie, thanks very much for that. Look, I think there's something that happens in societies. I think, if I'm not mistaken, there was a study done on Afghanistan quite a number of years ago. China as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I remember the Afghanistan example a little bit better. And essentially what was studied there was how the sizes of families diminished once people had access to education. So, in certain countries, they made a rule that families could only have one child. There was the one-child rule, for example, in China. Whereas, in other countries, they didn't actually have to implement that. They saw that the moment parents moved up from either being unemployed or working class into the middle class, because they were given education. So they were given benefits such as education. They were able to go and study. They automatically made the decision to have smaller families. And those families in Afghanistan shrank from an average of 4 children to 2 children. So there is a natural kind of change, a shift that occurs when you give a population access to education. And so I think education just answers so many of the problems that we have in our society, so long as we can avail our population of a good quality education. One of you actually sent me a picture of what your AI gave you. I'm not sure which AI it is, but you say, "Hi Joanne, I got this picture," and this listener of ours obviously typed in something to a chat, an AI engine, and got a proper picture of an African doctor. And I might tell you, he's quite easy on the eye too. He's standing in what looks to be a medical surgery of some kind, with a sign behind him that says "Patient care our priority." And I'm very heartened indeed by that, and I'm hoping that this is talking to the development of AI in a way that is actually empowering to our people. One of you says, "Joanne, good morning. Talking about AI, do we here in South Africa complain more than we create in the face of problems we have? Do radio phone-in programs encourage whining?" says Mabeli in Bloemfontein. I hope not. I mean, we do whine a little bit, yes. As South Africans, we love a little bit of wine with our cheese. But I must say that, there are interesting conversations that stimulate ideas that can lead to development. Let's put it that way. I think if we're listening very closely to each other, we hear a lot of interesting things that teach us things and suggest solutions to problems that we have. James in Durban is on the line to us. James, you want to respond to that call earlier about illegal foreigners marching in Durban?
Yes, that's correct, Joanne.
Hi there.
I must say, your program is very impressive.
Thank you.
You're just so good, it's hard to believe. Yes, the caller that phoned in and claimed that March and March is not xenophobic, he's highly disingenuous. They are, in fact, a fascist group of activists whose numbers are primarily made up from members of the MKP, from which they receive their funding. And one of the factors I'd like to mention quickly, if you'll afford me the time, is the current blockade which they currently exert at Addington Hospital in Durban.
Yes.
They have a full buy-in from the South African police force and the Durban, or rather eSequini Metropolitan Police Force, to assist them with their blockade at Addington Hospital. And the blockade is conducted with the full blessing of the current Addington Hospital CEO, Mtheleleli Nzangisa. And they obviously have funding from the MKP to employ people to stand at the outpatient entrance to Addington Hospital and act as guards to demand patients' identity documents and will not allow them entry into the hospital unless they produce a valid South African identity document. And force, they repel anybody who they suspect to be either a foreigner, irrespective of their documentation, or somebody who refuses to comply with their demands for producing their ID document.
James,
so the effect that that's had on the patient levels at Addington Hospital is such that I'd say the number of patients has been reduced to a third of what it was since it's begun on the 30th of June last year. Sorry, you wanted to interrupt, Joanne?
No, I just wanted to say what makes me afraid here is ordinary citizens taking over the functions of police and other authorities. I mean,
well, the really worrying thing here, Joanne, is the fact that the SAPs are assisting them in their conduct. And obviously this is a political football, and the role players involved here are the following right-wing political parties. Obviously the MKP, and we know the numbers are made up from that segment of the ANC who were responsible for the 2021 rioting and looting that resulted in the loss of over 300 lives. And thousands of millions of rands worth of damage. So this is what this group was capable of. The other political parties that have right-wing tendencies that support them are the African Transformation Movement, the Patriotic Alliance, the Inkatha Freedom Party, and Action SA. They are
James,
headed up.
thank you. Yeah, thank you for making us aware of this. I mean, I wasn't fully aware of the dynamic, particularly at Addington Hospital. I know I saw one alarming video of a woman being prohibited from entering a hospital. I don't believe it was in KZN, but there was a group of protesters outside. She was about to give birth. She ended up giving birth on the steps of that hospital. And to me that is extremely disturbing because there are all sorts of human rights issues attached to that, and the fact that citizens are taking over that function worries me a lot. Tell me what you think about this. Give us a call on the studio line, and tell me what you think about this. Have you experienced this? Have you been to a hospital where you've seen this kind of activity? And how does one respond to it? I mean, clearly we cannot have authorities putting policing functions in the hands of citizens, right? People are allowed to march. All they do is they apply to the city for permission to march. They may march if the city grants them permission. There are legal ways and lawful ways of doing this. What worries me is any kind of private entity, whether you're a political party or a private citizen, showing up somewhere demanding to see someone else's papers when you don't have the authority to ask for those, and then to prohibit an individual from entering a hospital. You don't have the right to do that, right? There are police who are supposed to do that. There are presumably hospital guards who are trained to be able to decide who goes where and whether people are allowed in and that kind of thing. We cannot have the situation where ordinary people are acting as police. We do not, as citizens, take over the functions of police. Let's take a call from Russ Isaac in Cape Town. You want to talk about the Middle East, Russ? Hi.
Oh, sister. Hi, sister. How are you?
I'm so well, thank you. Go for it, Russ.
In the name of Lord, God is great, sister. You see, sister, the war is happening in Middle East. Mm-hmm. I ask myself why they affect us, poor people, sister.
Yeah.
When the people they fight there, they affect us according to the price of oil, the price of petrol and the diesel. What about the food? People have no food to eat, sister. Yes. That is my question I want to ask in government, man. Those us living in former settlement, we don't know about what you fight for. You see, sister. But when you come back, this thing is coming long time. 1947, 1948, when Bob Ali is born. And Mali was prophet about this thing, sister. You see? Mm-hmm. But the government must look after poor people. Poor people have no money. A bread and a butter to eat, my sister.
I know.
But some of them, they make us confused, sister. We are not fighting. I'm here in Cape Town, you see, sister. In Cape Town, a Rastafaras live it, Muslim live it, a Christian live it. We don't fight. We look them. They must fight. Why this thing they affect us, but we far from them? In the name of Lord.
You know, Russ, you're asking an important question, and unfortunately or fortunately, you know, South Africa has been absorbed into the global community, right? And part of the problem is that the oil that has been traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, that was controlled by Iran and Oman, was closed while the US declared war. It was closed for part of the time that war was going on, and so the oil that and other products as well that were traveling through that strait were not allowed to actually travel through. Now, a lot of the products that travel through there are products that actually that are used in manufacturing, for example, that are used. There were huge oil tankers traveling through there that were carrying oil to different parts of the world, and so when that strait was closed and the flow of that traffic of the oil tankers and the other cargo ships was interrupted, that was when we ran into trouble, because it meant that the products that were traveling through there could not be distributed to the rest of the world as they normally are. That's how petrol prices went up. because the demand for petrol and for fuel in general, diesel as well, becomes higher, but because we're not getting a regular supply in. South Africa does actually get oil from various other countries like Angola, Brazil, and the like, but we were still affected by that because there are other products that are passing through there that are then used to make products that we buy here in South Africa. And the moment there's a shortage, then our prices start to go up as well. So what our government tried to do is, we've got oil reserves in this country, so it can tap into some of those oil reserves to make fuel more available for us. But at the same time, it also decreased our fuel levy slightly. The fuel levy is something that all of us who use transport in this country pay for, right? Whether we're driving a car of our own or whether we are catching a taxi, we are contributing to the fuel levy because we're using transport. Or even if we buy a loaf of bread at the shop, we're paying towards all of this because the bread has got to be transported there in the first place. So we're all contributing to the fuel levy. But what they did was they made a temporary reduction. They created a temporary reduction in the price of oil so we wouldn't be so badly hit. So I'm sorry to say this, but it could have been worse than it actually was. And we just need to watch over the next few months what is going to happen, whether the government can continue to afford to assist us in this way. We had an economist on the program from Momentum's Sanisha Pakrisamy not so long ago, and she told us that government does have oil in reserve, and they are going to try and support us with those reserves for as long as they can. But I think that eventually does get passed on to the consumer, that the moment they reduce the fuel levy, government then moves into a sort of debt situation and it needs to recoup some of that money. So don't hold your breath with this one, Russ. I feel that we are in a position where we're entering kind of cost of living crisis, and we're going to have to find ways to tighten our belts. And I hate to say that to people who are just struggling to put food on the table right now in South Africa. But that is the reality. It's a global issue right now. It's been set in motion by the geopolitics internationally. And unfortunately, as South Africans, we are just not immune to that reality. All right, 10 minutes, well, actually 12 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse. We're continuing to take your calls. Tabang is on the line to us from PE, or is it Tebecha? Tabang, good morning.
I prefer PE.
Okay.
Good morning.
As you like, Tabang.
Good morning. I just wanted to touch on a few things. I'll make it very quick. For instance, the unemployment in South Africa, which is said to be in the range of 14%, I believe it's something that is affected by employers who are behaving in questionable ethically. For instance, in the construction sector, the trucking sector,
yes,
in the farms, as well as in hospitality, whether it's restaurants or otherwise, including filling stations.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of jobs that require low to no skill at all, they are given to undocumented workers, thereby affecting or giving this image of unemployment in South Africa, when in fact, if those jobs are occupied by South Africans, it will go down significantly, the unemployment. So those sectors, they are unchecked, and I believe that something needs to be done in order to rectify that. And some of them, they knowingly and deliberately exclude South Africans when they do this.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for flagging that with us. I mean, I think one of the questions that we need to ask is how significant that rate actually is. I mean, if you think about jobs, let's talk about the job situation in our country for a moment. But this could equally apply to other facilities that South Africans make use of on a public basis, hospitals, for example. I think we tend to think that a huge percentage of jobs are being taken up by either people of foreign origin or illegal foreign origin. But actually, studies tend to show that those numbers are not hugely significant, that actually accounts for a very small percentage of people who are actually occupying jobs in the country. The same thing applies to, for example, the use of hospitals by South Africans, public hospitals, that is. That we tend to say, well, there's so many foreigners in the system now, illegal and otherwise, that we just are not able to use our own hospitals because there's such an influx that they're taking up our spaces in these hospitals. Again, the research tends to show that our country, the systems in our country are so poor right now that even if we had no foreigners in our country, whether they're legal or illegal, we would still not have access to decent hospitals in this country. And so the problem starts with the system being broken, the employment system being broken, the public systems being broken, to the point that we cannot access the proper benefits as South Africans. And then, that's further exacerbated, perhaps to some extent, by the presence of foreign nationals in the country. But the systems themselves actually need work, and those systems need to be able to work for us as South Africans in order to be able to give us the employment that we need, for starters, to be able to break the backbone of low unemployment in the country. Tabang, good talking to you. Keep those calls coming. 9 minutes to 11 o'clock here on the Daily Discourse.
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Sign up easily using any passport or asylum document. Get paid into your own account, up to 100,000 a month. You can send money home from wherever you are because this is more than money. It's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
Hey there, need to know your TV license balance but don't want to wait? No sweat. Just send a quick SMS with your ID or TV license number to 44210. Remember, standard SMS rates apply. And presto, your balance pops right up anytime, anywhere. It's as easy as pie. So why procrastinate? Give it a try and get your info in a flash. T's and C's apply.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
7 minutes to 11 here on the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. We're having lots of conversations here, and one of them has been about the issue of March and March. I was actually, by the way, looking at, I just went onto their website quickly to look at what they stand for, and they say citizens first, accountability always. We exist to protect South African citizens, enforce the rule of law, and restore accountability through firm action, responsible governance, and the empowerment of communities. Our mission is rooted in fairness, national integrity, and a commitment to a future that serves those who call South Africa home. Interesting there, because there are lots of people who call South Africa home who are not actually citizens, but their primary goal, they say, is to protect South African citizens and enforce the law. So I'm just interested to hear from you. I mean, you've heard that definition of what this Citizen Network March and March is about. Do you feel that they fulfill their own mission? Let's listen to some of your voice notes on this issue.
Good morning, Joanne. See what is happening in KZN. It's the correct thing. This is what should be happening across the country. We cannot continue to harbor illegal people in this country. We are tired. And we are not going to be listening to anyone who knows that he benefits through exploiting these illegal foreigners in his house or in his company, by cheap labor and all those things. Our resources are getting depleted. We are not getting jobs as South Africans. We are not even getting health care in our hospitals. We have to stand in long queues for the whole day. So they are doing the right thing, the correct thing. It's about time that we as loyal citizens of this country take the law into our hands and enforce the law. If those that are given responsibility to enforce the law can't take that responsibility or enforce the law, then we'll have to do that. I'm supporting them 100%.
I'm a little bit concerned about this issue of taking the law into our own hands. I think that's lawlessness, and I think we need to guard against that at all costs. If our law enforcement officers are not doing what they're supposed to do, we've got to hold them to account, and we've got to use legal means to do that, right? We're a constitutional democracy. And what you're seeing happening at the Madlanga Commission is exactly that. We're watching heads start to roll. And that's really important because it says that we can do this in a way where we don't have to take the law into our own hands. We can hold people to account who are holding law enforcement positions and who have not done what they're supposed to do. We can use the law to hold them to account. But taking the law into our own hands, we're crossing a very, very dangerous line there as a society. It could lead to absolute anarchy, and we do need to be careful of that.
Good morning, Joanne. I just want to share my thoughts with regards to the conversation we're having now with the caller, James in Durban. He's white and he's privileged. Why is he complaining? Why doesn't he just enjoy his rightful privilege that he actually is entitled to in our beautiful country? Enjoy his privilege. Why is he so worried about what the March and March people are doing, what the Operation Dudula people are doing? It doesn't bother him. It doesn't affect him. They're not targeting him. They're targeting those chance takers that are near our borders. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Daniel. So Daniel, it doesn't matter what the color of our skin is. We should care about everybody in our country, right? We should care that the rule of law is respected, and we should care for people who are inadvertently caught up in a kind of any kind of violent approach to how people are dealt with in this country. So it doesn't matter what the color of our skin is. We should care about people in our country, and we should care about the law in our country and whether the law is being respected. But you also raised, maybe advertently or inadvertently, another issue that I think is quite relevant to all of these arguments around illegal foreigners and even legal foreigners in the country, because some people object to their presence as well. When you look at the issue of people who come to this country, this is wealthy people, high income earners who come to this country, who are seconded here or deployed here by multinationals, who may be, for example, senior managers at a company, right? So they belong to higher income earning groups. They are also foreign. Yes, they have papers, but they're working for these companies, and they may be serving a purpose that a South African should have access to, but they've been deployed there by their multinationals. We don't see an outcry about those kind of foreign nationals in the country. We really see the outcry about people who are living under very difficult circumstances. They fall into the low income earning groups, and that clearly makes them a greater target because they have to use public hospitals, they have to use public services that are available to them because they cannot afford what a high income earner can afford. But does that a particular target because they are poor? That's the question that I'm interested to hear you answer for me. One of you talking about
Joanne,
AI.
hi, be greeted, and the listeners as well. Mr. X here in East London. Well, I don't want to sound as a prophet of doom, but the reality, Joanne, is that with the example that you've just given now of someone searching for an African doctor on AI, and this giraffe comes up. That's what the Western world looks at us as. That's what they see when they look at us. We'll always be inferior to them because they see themselves as these superior beings than us. And until we can get to a point of really, really having this United States of Africa, where we will get together, combine our resources, because we are the wealthiest continent. That is why decades we have been looted. Resources have been looted in Africa. AI will always be biased because it is developed in the Western region. Even the one from China, even the very same China, they look at us as inferior beings until we can come together and ensure that we put our minds together and come up with these what you call technologies.
On the top stories, more charges added to Julius Mkhwanazi and Kagiso Lelrutla, and Nigeria intervenes to prevent a shutdown of domestic airlines. For SAfm News, I'm Mondela and a very good morning. The state has added more charges in the case of suspended Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the city manager Kagiso Lelrutla. The pair is applying for bail at the Boksburg Magistrates Court, with another charge added to the charges of corruption, fraud and defeating or obstructing the ends of justice. State prosecutor Advocate Ncebantelwa informed the court of the additional charge.
From the last time we were here on Monday, there is just an amendment that we effected to the annex in the charge sheet. We included the fifth count there. If you look at the charge sheet, it goes up to count 4. There is count 5. I did this morning. I was indicate that to my NSFAS, and I supplied them with a copy of the new annexation. That will reflect the count 5.
3 suspects have been arrested in connection with the kidnapping and killing of 7 people in Newtown, Newark, north of KwaZulu-Natal. It is alleged that the trio kidnapped the victims from a house on Tuesday and later killed them that night in Melmoth. Police have established that one of the suspects worked for the victims. Police spokesperson Robert Nichawunda says the victims are aged between 20 and 83.
A total of 11 cell phones were found in possession of the suspects. He and his accomplices allegedly broke into the victim's house, tied them up with a rope, and one of them allegedly raped a 20-year-old woman before loading them onto a vehicle belonging to one of the victims and drove to Melmoth, a distance of approximately 200 kilometers from the scene. Police also unearthed that the same suspect who raped the 20-year-old woman at the house raped her again in Melmoth before demanding banking details and PIN from the 3 victims. After collecting the banking details, the suspects shot and killed 3 victims to death. The other 4 victims were brutally stabbed to death. Police also discovered that on Tuesday night and Wednesday morning, several bank transfers were made on the victims' accounts.
The Magistrates Court in Kukompo City in the Eastern Cape is expected to hear the bail application of suspended school principal George Blakis. Blakis is facing charges of murder and conspiracy to commit murder of his business partner Zovu Yombana. Mbana was reported missing and her body was found along the N6 near Kwetyana village outside Kukompo City satellite. The state is expected to argue its reasons for opposing bail. Provincial Education MEC Fundile Gardi says disciplinary processes are underway following the suspension of Blakis.
And the investigation are already on the way. And we have also interacted with the Department of Safety in order to strengthen up the collaboration between the Child's Act and the Criminal Act so that we can close shop on that one. We are just intolerant of anything that has got to do with gender-based violence and femicide in the institutions of learning, especially to kids. That one is non-negotiable.
A report released by the Human Rights Commission on the state of service delivery at Northern Cape municipalities points to governance failures and financial and institutional challenges, among other things. The HRC says their findings have showed recurring failures. Commissioner Henk Boshoff.
All municipalities, but also the provincial government, are supposed to have a disaster management fund, even at municipal level. And the intention of us recommending to the Premier that he should declare a provincial disaster is then also for him to then tap into the provincial disaster management fund and then to ensure that these sewage villages in Saltplaiki in particular are being dealt with.
Nigeria is moving to ease pressure on domestic airlines after carriers threatened to suspend operations over soaring fuel costs. Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo says President Bola Tinubu has agreed to write off part of carriers' debts to aviation agencies. The move comes amid mounting financial strain linked to sharp increases in jet fuel prices triggered by the disruption to oil shipments through the Strait of Hormuz. Nigerian airline operators say the situation has pushed them to the brink. Keyamo elaborates.
We must thank AON because they had the option to double and triple their fares on domestic routes. But they also saw the problem that would have caused. First of all, it would have overheated the country. Secondly, they would have priced tickets out of the reach of the ordinary person.
Recapping the top story, the state has added more charges in the case of suspended Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the city manager Kagiso Lerutla. I'm Ondela for SAfm. User lines at 11:30.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAfm 104.9 FM in Port Shepstone. The Daily Discourse on SAfm, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
6 minutes past 11, we're into the final hour of the Daily Discourse with me, Joanne Joseph. It's been lovely having our conversations over the course of the morning, and many of you are talking about the issue of March and March. I want to take two quick calls, but let me remind you of what's happening at this hour. At about 10 past 11, we're going to have a conversation with Stephen Fonseca. He's an African Forensic Sciences Academy founding member, and he's about to be the recipient of an international prize for forensics. So we'll have a chat to him in just a short while. We're bringing you the Madlanga Commission update at 11:30, and of course our book reading always happens round about 11:45 on the show. But right now I just want to take two quick calls if I can fit them both in. Oh, they aren't there at the moment. Okay, no, that's quite all right. Let's listen to one or two of your voice notes, and then we will move straight into our interview with Stephen Fonseca.
Good morning, Joanne. I just want to share my thoughts with regards to the conversation we're having now with the caller, James in Durban. He's white and he's privileged. Why is he complaining? Why doesn't he just...
Sorry about that. We actually did have that voice note
Joanne,
earlier.
it's Chris in Maritzburg. You know we must call a spade a spade. What is happening in Durban is just a threat to our democracy and liberal democracy of many South African citizens. It's no longer about foreign nationals or freedom of expression or freedom of association. This is a threat to democracy, and those parties and leaders who are promoting this lawlessness must be held accountable. It cannot be in a democratic South Africa. We have people who take the law into their own hands for whatever reason that they may think legitimate. It is uncalled for, it is unnecessary, it is dangerous. We have laws, we are South Africa with values of Ubuntu. We cannot act in this way. That's what we must call it.
Thank you very much for that, and I think that's a very well thought out view on this. One of you speaking about home affairs in relation to immigration.
Joanne, good morning, man. Flores here from the beautiful Western Cape. It's not home affairs' fault that there are so many illegal foreigners in South Africa. Home Affairs cannot go around the country and stop each and every person and try and see if he's illegal or illegally. Let me tell you what's the problem. Our porous borders and the corrupt BMA officials. That's it. Have a good job. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. And of course, that last listener speaking about border management officials. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we are speaking to award-winning Stephen Fonseca.
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Locally, we've seen an increase in petrol, in diesel, in paraffin. We inevitably are going to see an increase in food prices.
This current time needs for us to move to highly structured financial conversations in our households. We need to account for our money, stick to our budgeting, understand where are the leakages. This is the time to maybe perhaps sit and look at your bank statements for the past 3 months and say, where's my excessive spending?
Siban Joba joins us, certified financial planner and wealth manager.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
10 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, and thank you for joining us for the last hour of the show. A bit of a feel-good story here, although some of the subject matter associated with it is a little difficult. The African Forensic Sciences Academy, AFSA, has announced that one of its founding members, Stephen Fonseca, will be given the IAFS Human Rights Award. Fonseca is the head of the African Centre for Medico-Legal Systems at the International Committee of the Red Cross and is an experienced forensic expert. Fonseca has been recognised for the contributions he's made working on the front lines of forensics on the African continent and abroad. He joins us on the line now. Mr. Fonseca, good morning to you and congratulations on what I believe is a coveted award in international forensics. What does it take to win an award of this nature, do you think?
Good morning, Joanne, and thank you so much for having me on the show at SAfm. This was quite the surprise, to be honest. I hope that it's really a reflection of how far we have come in Africa in terms of building humanitarian forensic action into a number of the public service sector areas. It's really good. The IAFS, the International Association of Forensic Sciences, has been around a long time, since 1957, and I'm really honoured that this award has finally come to Africa, and I'm very, very honoured to receive it on behalf of all African forensic practitioners. Everybody's been working incredibly hard to improve the sort of response to large-scale events, particularly conflict. There's 40% of armed conflict in the world is in Africa, yes. But also there's migration and disasters around the continent that require humanitarian assistance, including forensics.
So, Mr. Fonseca, not too many of us are familiar with a day in the life of a forensic specialist, and it's clearly not as glamorous as it's been portrayed on TV. Think CSI. What does your work actually entail?
So it is quite diverse. I love working in the field. So I've traveled across Africa, from Libya to South Africa, from Somalia across to Sierra Leone, Senegal, and so a lot of what we're doing is working with the authorities in those countries where we see a role for humanitarian assistance from the International Committee of the Red Cross. And part of that humanitarian assistance is looking at what we can do to improve the capacity of authorities to address those who are separated, missing, or dead from armed conflict, migration, or disasters. And this is a really, really it's an important area that is often forgotten or missed or not necessarily recognized as important. But at the end of the day, every family has the right to know the fate and the whereabouts of their loved ones. And so we try to bring different types of expertise, training. We'll even, in rare occasions, substitute some of the forensic actions, activities, so that we can help families find out where their loved one has disappeared to, what happened to them. And if they are killed or if they have died, at least they forensically identified, meaning they're properly identified, they're accurately identified, and they return back to their families.
I think there's a lot of dignity associated with the kind of work you do. Many of these sites are, as you say, they're crime scenes or they involve some measure of tragedy. How do you psychologically prepare yourself for the kind of work you do?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I get asked a lot. I've been in this now for 28 years, and honestly, if you didn't feel a tremendous amount of compassion and empathy, and even a lot of sympathy for what we see every day, then you'd be a sociopath. There is sadly a tremendous amount of tragedy out there, and every day we could just turn around, walk away, and not address it, or we could, step up and really bring in the processes and the policies and the practices, but also just the human dimension to what needs to happen. The families need someone at that critical moment. This is the worst day of their lives. This is a really, really terrible time for them. So we're not the victims. Yes, it is hard on us to see some dreadful dreadful things, but actually it's more stressful for me to see what families are going through. And I think that's the case for most people in forensics and certainly most people in the International Committee of the Red Cross. The families that are left, they want to see dignity shown to their deceased loved one, or they want someone to help them find their missing person, but they are going through just a dreadful time. And it could be economic, it could be psychosocial. There's just so many areas that a disappearance or a death has on families. The impact is enormous. And so we have an opportunity and a privilege to intervene at that point and really use forensics in a very humanitarian way.
I'm fascinated by that aspect of your work because I think it talks to not just the cold clinical work of medicine, but very much the human element of how we use medicine and medical technology to improve the lives of people. And I imagine that there's a great deal of closure that your work brings for the families. Do you ever get to interact with the families who actually feed back to you what the importance of your work or the role your work has played in the importance of bringing them closure?
Yes, I was very, very fortunate. I was a coroner in Canada for 16 years. So I worked on a lot of the unresolved cases from the 60s, the 70s, and all the way through into the 2000s before I joined the International Committee of the Red Cross. And it's amazing that I was very lucky to work directly with those families who had never given up. Sometimes 4 decades, they were still looking for a loved one. And so when those individuals are deceased, we have to ensure that the systems link the deceased individuals to the missing. And that can be really complicated. We know how to do it. It's just whether there are enough resources, whether the expertise there, whether there's enough collaboration and cooperation between authorities. But the families themselves are really what have kept me going in my career, because they remind me at the end that when we do resolve a case, that even though they're dead, knowing what happened and knowing that they can now rest is just such a gift that, I can't put a price on it. So this is what 28 years in, I still love. It's almost this massive rush to be able to sit in front of a family and say, listen, we did find your loved one, and yes, you suspected they were deceased, and they are, but at least we can bring them home now. And that's so critically important for every family around the world, and I've been all over. There's no family who just walks away from a missing loved one and forgets about them.
Yeah. And what about the cases that you aren't able to solve despite your best efforts? How do you make sense of those, and how do you live with that result?
Yeah, so a lot of time with huge frustration, because there are, what we're trying to do is bring a system into play that doesn't naturally flow in most countries. So you've got one agency looking at missing persons cases, and then you've got another agency looking at the dead, and trying to bring all of these different agencies and these different information channels together is the biggest challenge for us, because that's where we see the biggest area or the biggest gap. And so I think a lot of families suffer not because the deceased wasn't actually found, it's just they weren't actually identified in the system, and they've been buried somewhere around the world as an unknown body, and now they'll never know anything unless that system improves. So the entire time I've been in this career, I've been incredibly frustrated by the fact that it's not forensic science that fails families and the dignity of the dead. It's actually the systems that fail, and that's what we need to improve on.
Very, very interesting indeed. We're having a conversation right now with Stephen Fonseca, African Forensic Sciences Academy founding member and recipient of the IAFS Human Rights Award. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue this conversation.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAfm will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAfm.
20 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, and if you've just joined us, we're having a conversation with a forensic expert, Stephen Fonseca, who is about to receive an international award in Bulgaria for the work that he has done in the area of human rights within the wider kind of realm of forensics. He is a forensic expert. He's been doing this for 28 years. And if you're wondering why we're having this conversation, it is not so far removed from our reality here in South Africa. Remember, so many years after apartheid ended, around 30 years after apartheid ended, we are still looking for some of our disappeared in this country. And we have not been able to find all of their remains. We've not been able to restore those remains to the families that some of which are living in hope, others just are looking for closure. So this is an area that really does impact on the lives of individual families who've experienced this and who've also experienced the important work that forensics experts do in trying to give them closure as a family where these horrific events have taken place. So, Mr. Fonseca, I was going to ask about technology and how it's improved over the years. Have these improvements in technology made your work easier over the time that you've been doing this job?
Absolutely. There's no doubt that the technology today allows us to almost be certain that we would identify a set of human remains if we had something to compare against. So when we're talking about forensic identification, we're often looking at descriptive features, scars, marks, tattoos, and then fingerprints, DNA, dental comparison, all of these different sort of lines of evidence that we put together to reach a point where we've reached the threshold where, through a peer review, all experts would agree that this person has met the identification threshold. And so identification is never 100%. So it's always up to an expert to make that final call. And so using the technology that's available today it's just changed dramatically over the 3 decades that I've been in the business. But what's also really important is the actual expertise that comes with it. And so I have to give credit to South Africa. South Africa has, I would argue, some of the greatest expertise in the world in forensic sciences. There's a number of academic institutions here that we actually use, as well as we participate with, and we partner with Gauteng Forensic Pathology Services, and we actually bring people from around the world, forensic practitioners, judicial officials, law enforcement officials, disaster managers. We bring them here to South Africa to train. So South Africa should be very proud of the expertise that exists. And what the African Forensic Sciences Academy has also done is it's really highlighted that there is a much larger community of experts across Africa by allowing all forensic scientists to join one community. And so as you have more and more of these scientists joining, you realize how much expertise exists right across the continent. Different languages, different places, but we're all pursuing the same endeavor, and that is to make sure that there is humanitarian forensic action in all public service activities when it comes to the missing and the dead.
And so I take it that our tertiary institutions are embracing this as well, and that you are playing a role in contributing towards creating the next generation of forensic experts.
Yes, exactly. At 28 years, I know this is sort of the last few years before I retire, although my wife thinks I'll never retire. I really love my job. And I must give full credit. You know, if anybody wins an award, it was never really only them that earned that award. And so I have to say, my wife has been on this journey with me, and I've been away for so long periods of time, working in different countries. I have a young son as well. So I have to give them full credit. They deserve the award, not me. I've loved what I've done, but I've always left them to go and do all of these other things, and they've had to continue as the anchor of the family. And the same for colleagues as well. Everybody has contributed. We've got so many organizations, DNA for Africa, there's IOM, there's MLD, ICOP, there's AFSA. There's just so many groups in the last few years that have come together, collaborated, and really showcased not just South Africa, but Africa as a breeding area for great forensic scientists for the future. And so we now need to make sure that we create these platforms And we also create employment opportunities for the next generation of forensic scientists, because there is a change. There used to be a little bit of a taboo when, no one wanted to deal with dead people. But I think, thankfully, because of the movies and the shows out there that make forensics look a little bit sexier, now there's a lot more people that are interested, but they all need to get into they all need to find a career. So we can use this ambition and this passion to make sure that no matter what they're doing from a forensic point of view, they're doing it humanely. They show dignity to both the living and the dead. And they love what they do, and that's why I'm so lucky. For 28 years, despite seeing some dreadful things, I've loved everything that I've done, because I've always get to meet some wonderful people in the tiniest communities. No matter how hard their life is, they still smile at me. And they've lost family members. They've got nothing left, and they will still smile. And I realize how fortunate that I am, and that I'm certainly not the victim in any of these incidents.
Yeah, that's a very good way of looking at it. I want to ask you finally about the value of certain bodies versus others. I think of 9/11, right? And I think of how those American experts tried to recover every single solitary strand of DNA they could. And yet I've traveled to Rwanda. I've seen the skulls piled up post the genocide anonymously. Here in South Africa, we have the NPA Missing Persons Task Team looking for the disappeared anti-apartheid activists. They're profoundly under-resourced, despite the good work they do. Should we as Africans be seeing these recoveries differently?
That's a brilliant question. I mean, I love what Madeline Fullard and Claudia Biso and the colleagues there are doing with the NPA Missing Task Force. We've profiled them around the world because it's just such exceptional work. I think we're now working on a military project, and the one thing I can say is that when we travel around the world, it's interesting how in the US, if a military person, even one military person goes missing, they will look for them forever, and they will use whatever expertise. They'll spend as much money as it takes to make sure that they find that person and they bring them home. And it's very weird. It's a culture that's developed since the American Civil War. And I wonder why we don't necessarily feel it as much in Africa, given how strong the culture is, the traditions are around the importance of collecting the spirits of the dead, being there and giving somebody a ritual or a tribal send-off. So, yeah, I just wonder if it's more around the resources. And again, I think we really, we're at a disadvantage here because the systems are not necessarily developed to accommodate those rare cases where people are unidentified, right? So, if somebody's identified, they tend to go home with their families and they go through this very important ritual. But there are thousands and thousands of unidentified people who fall through those system cracks, and that's our target audience at the moment, is how do we make life better for the people who are looking for those unidentified people, and how do we bring them closer to that? And that means bringing all the forensic scientists together. It's not just having a forensic pathologist. You need forensic pathologists, anthropologists, archaeologists, genetic experts, and all of these different experts. Africa is starting to build that. And it's going to take time. But I know what I've seen in the last 10, 12 years, we're on a really strong trajectory. And I think that's why part of this award has come to Africa. And I think AFSA, you know that AFSA is bidding. I don't know if you do know, sorry, but AFSA presidency is bidding for the IAFS presidency in 2026. We'll know in May if we get it. And that'll be the first time that presidency has come to Africa. So I think if we win it, that'll really show how important Africa has been in terms of on the international stage, and showing how quickly we've developed our expertise and how open we are to sharing it.
Well, I wish you the best with that effort, and I wish you the best as you head off to Bulgaria to collect that award. I understand. Thank you very much for making the time to speak to us today. You're hearing the voice there of Stephen Fonseca, African Forensic Sciences Academy founding member and the recipient of a coveted Forensic Award. 11:30 it is here on SAfm on the Daily Discourse, and Dilambana standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, suspended Tshwane Metro Police Officer Major Lebogang Phiri has told the Madlanga Commission that the city of Tshwane's Water and Sanitation Department preferred Gubi's 85 solutions to provide security services following the vandalism of reservoirs and pump stations in December 2024. The state has added more charges in the case of suspended Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the city manager Kagiso Lerutla. And Western Cape Premier Alan Winders says too many communities are still under siege despite the deployment of SANDF soldiers to assist police operations in gang-ridden areas under the banner of Operation Prosper. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
11:31 here on the Daily Discourse, and we're taking your calls as well. Remember that studio line number and the WhatsApp number. You can talk to us either by text, or if you'd like to leave a voice note, you're more than welcome to do that as well. As you know, the Madlanga Commission is still underway in Pretoria at 11:31, bringing you an update on what exactly went on there today. There was someone new on the at the Commission today, day 96 of the Madlanga Commission, and the Tshwane Metro Police Department's Lebogang Phiri has been in the hot seat for much of the morning. Today, the Commission was probing allegations that Junior Officer Inspector Lebogang Phiri allocated security sites to private companies without authorization. Now, this relates to the multi-million rand TMPD security tender, which the Commission has scrutinized for alleged irregularities. During his testimony this morning, he revealed that he's been with the city's security department for 15 years. It's been alleged that Phiri favoured a company, Gubis 85 Solutions, a security service provider, which provided services to the city of Tshwane's pump stations. He said the city was already using Gubis 85 to guard infrastructure before he got involved with the deployment of security personnel to the water and sanitation sites. But he recalls that this company, Gubis 85 Security, was owed approximately 2 million rand prior to his getting involved. Mr. Phiri made reference to Gareth Mnisi's testimony during the week about the 7-month non-payment of services, where they claimed that Phiri was the overseer of the contract, but he denies this as the work was done in 2023 when he says he was not involved. Phiri says the first official deployment letter he sent out was in November 2024, and he says the Department of Water and Sanitation within the city decided who their preferred service provider was. He said the anomaly with this contract was that the department chose to use one security firm across 7 regions of the city. Gubis 85 Solutions was given many sites by the Department of Water and Sanitation in the city with the knowledge of Herman Segulela, an engineer consultant for the Department of Water in the city of Tshwane. And Phiri went on to detail the process he takes to decide on the deployment needs of sites across the city in a normal setting. So this includes a site visit, for example. He then does risk analysis. He then decides on the deployment needs that arise from his investigation, and then he issues a deployment letter. But this time, his recommendations were disregarded, so he said he had to work with whatever he was given. His responsibility then became to ensure that the deployment letter included the numbers as determined by the department, and he said he was directed by Director Malachi to do this. The Commission also probed his Standard Bank bond account, that would be his mortgage, receiving over 1 million rand, and the high volume of transactions into his accounts. So this put the spotlight on his side hustle, so to speak. Phiri described himself as a professional gambler and as someone who buys cars, refurbishes them, and then goes on to sell them. He mentioned We Buy Cars as the place where he buys and sells his cars. For the settling of the bond, he said that he received close to 1.5 million as an RAF payment, a road accident fund payment. He said he started loaning out some of the money to family and friends. He says he's also part of a Monday social club, a stokvel of kinds, made up of professional gamblers, and he says they share the money at the end of the year. He uses most of these proceeds to buy cars. So the Commission resumed just a short while ago, and you'll receive some updates a little bit later on from the programs that follow as to what has gone on over the rest of the day. Stay with us as we continue to bring you those regular updates here on SAfm.
across South Africa, online and on radio. SAfm, let's talk.
Taking your calls on our open line once again. We do a short little bit of that before we say goodbye to you. Our caller, Nduduko, is on the line to us from Kwamasha. What's on your mind, Nduduko?
I just wanted to comment about your reading, your topic on reading and children.
Thank you. You are our first caller to comment on that. I wish I could give you an award. Yes, go ahead.
Look, I do struggle because I've got young teenagers, and to get them to read, it's cost me a lot of money.
Has it?
I've had to bribe them. Like, just last week I had to... Yeah, I promise, look, if you can read a book and finish it and write a short summary of it,
yes,
I'd give you $100, all right?
Yeah.
And they love money, so they do read.
Yes.
And
because they love money, not because they love reading.
But the kind of work that they do report back to me, especially when they write summaries, is actually proof that they've read.
Yes.
And then they've understood what they've read.
Right.
All right. And I find that it helps them with comprehension, because at one stage they like reading a lot of these comics, Japanese anime, and all of that.
Yeah.
All right, which is okay. However, I believe that they should be taking up things like classics. They should read classics. And know the classics authors at least. Then that could build a sort of a solid ground for them to continue going further.
Yeah.
To read for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Right.
And I find it difficult to access libraries nowadays. It's not as easy as it was in my day.
That's true.
Right.
I mean, going to the library was a habit when we were young.
Absolutely. A public library, you had a card, you'd go in there, the smell of the musty pages used to drive me like insane in the positive sense. But nowadays, libraries are either closed, they're inaccessible, and these kids, most of them, they spend time on their gadgets, which is a shame.
Yes. No, I agree with you. And I think, a lot of us are reading on e-readers at the moment. So something I wanted to ask you, first of all, you're quite sure that they're not going onto the internet and Googling a review and regurgitating that to you, right? They are reading the books.
I make sure that when they read, I'm around, and they're in their bedrooms, then I check. And also, when they write a summary, you can tell if it's their language or it's somebody else's language.
Right. Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when I do go on holiday with them, especially, I usually take them to flea markets, because I find that there's certain second-hand book stalls in flea markets.
Yes. And do they start craving the books now themselves? Are they asking you to buy books for them?
Yes, they do. They do sometimes, but they're lazy, They're very, very lazy.
I think we're all experiencing that to some extent with our children. But Nduduko, thank you so much for sharing that with us. It's such a heartening phone call. But it shows really how intentional parents have to be. A friend of mine was saying to me a short while ago, she sits and reads her children's books, and she reads her books with her children. So paired reading is such a useful thing, especially if you have younger children and children who have a bit of difficulty with things like dyslexia and that sort of thing. Paired reading helps a lot, because you read what you can, they read what they can, and all of a sudden you see over a period of time that they start reading more than they used to. But what Nduduko said about the issue of reviews, that's actually a very interesting thing. Eleanor Susulu, who is one of the foremost champions of childhood reading in this country, is always one who advocates for book reviews. She wants to know that children can read, and that they have the ability to read with meaning in a way that enables them to be able to critique books or write about what they enjoyed in books and that kind of thing. So, friends, we just need to get our children back into this thing. It doesn't matter whether they're reading anime or whether they're even reading comic books at this stage, just to get them into the habit of reading. It's something that's going to make a massive difference to the kind of thinkers they are and the future that they will have. So let's get them into that habit as best we can. It is 20 minutes to 12 here on SAfm. We're taking a short break. We'll talk a lot more when we get back.
Hi, I'm Khomotso KG Mweketi, and I believe in music's ability to connect, to heal, to remind, and to bring joy. And each week on my Saturday and Sunday show Seasons right here on SAfm, I endeavor to do just that. So join the movement of Seasons every Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. It's addictive. You might invite a friend. Seasons, only on SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide with me, KG Mweketi.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAfm, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAfm in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAfm continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Call SAfm now on 086 000 2032.
We're heading for almost
Good morning
a quarter
to you, Joanne. Hey, the brother was currently on air now talking about his kids.
Sorry, let me start that again, because we're talking about bribery in relation to getting your children to read. And Tutuko told us it seems to be costing him a small fortune to get his children to read, but he's getting them to read and write book reviews, and he basically pays them 100 Rand for each of those. So I think that should probably be the only legal bribery in the country. But one of you has also been commenting on that on our WhatsApp line.
Good morning to you, Joanne. Hey, the brother was currently on air now talking about his kids. He having to bribe his kids to read. It's hilarious. It's very funny. Brother, I think it's a short-term solution, man. It gets them hyped up, excited about reading. But what if there's no money? What if there's nothing they can look back to getting after they're reading? You know, don't bribe them too much. You know, just keep it in mind that some days you won't have money, and they're gonna have to read without being inspired by something, right? Keep it low. Don't overdo it. Otherwise, I love your idea. Soviet Kingdom stuff.
Soviet, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a very expensive exercise, but I also think that once you've got them into the habit, hopefully they start doing it by themselves. Let's take a call from Sivuyile in Adelaide. Do you want to talk about the Middle East and fuel, Sivuyile? Good morning.
Hello, JJ. How are you?
Hi there. Well, thanks. Quick one from you, please.
Yes, okay. JJ, I just want to comment on the surging fuel prices and also Iran. I don't think as us as Africans it should be affecting us much. Because if you look at our continent, we've got countries like Nigeria, we've got countries like Algeria, Libya, and Angola, who produces Brent crude oil from the ground. And we also have refineries that we have in the continent that are producing high volume on a daily basis. Why doesn't our government, African leaders, get together and find a way of getting this crude oil and producing among each other and selling among each other, than going to the West and to the Middle East countries? Because we can see the prices, it's affecting us, and with the food prices going up and everything going up, and the state of living we're in Africa, we should be trading amongst each other and closing that gap of going to the countries that are outside.
Yes.
Which is, we can still sell we can run away from the dollar, because the dollar, when it comes to Africa, it becomes extremely high. We can sell in our currency If you're buying in Nigeria, you can buy in Nairas, which is we convert it into rands, than going outside in the West, where it's affecting us a lot as Africans, which it shouldn't be.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if we have the refineries that can actually process that kind of Brent crude that comes out of countries like Nigeria, but we need to look into that more. And Sivuyele, I agree. This African trade mechanism should be encouraging us to trade more with each other. Thomas in Newcastle, you want to talk about illegal foreigners? Quick one from you, please, Thomas.
Hi, how are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Just a bit short of time.
Yes, I see. No, it's a bit late now, but I was responding from the point of view when you were saying us taking the safety and the protection of our rights into our hands. You were saying it's not right because you see we've given the government a responsibility to guard our rights, and they're not doing it. You see? So, what we're doing is not because we hate somebody or anything, but it's because our right is being interfered with, and not only interfered with, threatened as a matter of fact. So, as much as if one is a foreign national and he is here illegally, he can't be saying he has a right. The government is bulldozing us into saying even all, if not most, of South Africans are saying foreigners who are here illegally shouldn't be having the rights that they are being given, to the point where I am being affected as the person who's rightfully supposed to be here and protected by the Bill of Rights.
All right, I'm going to leave it there, Thomas. I'm sorry that I have to cut you off there, but thank you for making your point. We'll continue the conversations tomorrow, of course, on the Daily Discourse. We kick off at 9. We love to hear from you over the course of the morning, so let's do it all again tomorrow. Oh, thank God it's going to be Friday. We look forward to speaking to you then. And of course, we now cross to our latest book reading on this World Book Day as designated by UNESCO. Have a great afternoon. See you tomorrow.
SABC2 is doing big things. That's why I'm here. I'm talking new shows, fresh energy, and stories that are going to move you. Pimville's just the beginning. Catch me Monday to Friday at 9 p.m. Live in every beat. The pulse of SA.
SAfm supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAfm, leading the conversation.
SAfm. SAfm presents another episode of the book Turning Passion into Profit by Jabu Stone, read by Samson Komalo. Please note that the views expressed in this book are not that of the station. Listeners' discretion is advised.
I was specializing in locks only. It didn't matter how many people came through my salon door wanting to get a relaxer, perm, or any other style. I was not going to deviate from the service I provided. It was a long, hard road. Sometimes I would have only one customer a day, which was not even close to being enough to pay the rent. I was in my late 20s and very determined, so no matter how tough things got, my determination meant that giving up was not an option. In my wildest dreams, I was hoping that eventually people would catch up onto the idea of keeping beauty natural. However, more hair processing products were entering the market, including the introduction of weaves and hair extensions. So I had a mountain to climb with my products. But now in the 2000s, how things have changed. I see the beauty in women with natural hair and locks almost everywhere I look, and that makes me happy. I'm even happier knowing that they may be using my products. In 20 years, I went from renting a workspace and making a single product to owning multiple salons across the country and having my own hair care range that caters for individual needs. True success does not come overnight. And the path to growth never follows a straight line. It starts gradually and then sometimes progresses rapidly. Every entrepreneurial journey will have its ups and downs. Had I given up on my passion and not worked on it until things looked up, things could have been very different for me now. Now more than ever, men and women are embracing their ethnicity and keeping their natural hair many years after I started on my journey with my dream. Yes, there are a lot of other products now catering for natural hair and locks and bringing competition. However, having been in the market for a long time, my brand, Jabu Stone, is very recognizable and synonymous with natural afro hair and locks. It took me the better part of my life to get to where I am today. Patience and perseverance have been the cornerstone to achieving a real breakthrough. Unfortunately, most entrepreneurs give up way too early at the first bump, and as a result, they fail to realize their dream. Had I given up when things were going at a snail's pace, I wouldn't be where I am today with many people opting for natural hair. I would have missed this big wave that has arrived more than 20 years after I started. You must have courage. Courage is moral decision. It is an act of willingness to succeed that must be made not only once, but many times. Hold on to a burning stick until it singes your fingers. You will succeed. While my heydays of celebrity endorsements and hair salons across the country could be construed as success, I believe that I'm only realizing my success now. Yes, I've made my money through hard work. My salons and my products have ensured that. But for me, money was not why I went into the natural hair business. My sole reason was the passion I had for natural beauty and its preservation. Look around you now. You will see that more and more people are ditching hair processing chemicals and opting for more natural hair, whether it's in locks or just keeping their afro as is. Whatever you're doing, you'll have to give it time. There will be moments of self-doubt, so make your mistakes and learn from them. Have patience with your dream and the results, whether good or bad. Don't be in a hurry to win over the world. Sometimes the market is not yet ready, just like it was in my case. Give your service or product enough time and build a strong foundation. Keep assessing your direction, no matter how long it may take. However, be practical in assessing your service or product. If success takes too long, it might mean that the path you have taken is a completely wrong one. If this is the case, you might need to rearrange things and continue, or scrap the idea and start afresh. I changed course a couple of times in my business, but I never lost sight of the bigger picture. At the height of things, I established salons across the country to endorse the usage of my products. They were all thriving and everything seemed well and merry. However, at some point things started declining. I had to figure out what the issues were because for some reason all the salons began performing badly at just about the same time. Upon thorough assessment, I realized I had to change the way I was handling my business. A salon is the type of business that needs to be owner-operated. You have to know everything that goes on in your salon, the kind of service and experience your customers get, and most importantly, what happens at the cash register. As the owner, you have to know how much money goes in or out every single day. But my salons were all over the country. I couldn't be at all of them all at the time. In the end, some were performing so badly that I had no choice but to make one of the most difficult decisions: close them down. As much as it was not the ideal situation, it had to be done. I did this in order to reassess the situation and come up with a solution. For me, this was franchising. Franchising meant I wouldn't have to run all the salons. Someone else would buy a franchise and run the salon according to specific guidelines. This is a very important requirement, as success is almost guaranteed when the salon is owner-managed. I knew this model would work because of my previous experience of hands-on management. To date, this approach seems to be working. Hence, we are always looking for people who feel they can buy a franchise and run the business. The advantage is that they enjoy the support and guidance that we provide to ensure that they are successful. I have never been impatient with my dream. I have always given myself a chance to evaluate, reassess what works and what doesn't, and adapt. I know that the moment I stop believing in my dream, the people around me, my customers and employees, will give up too. Perseverance and persistence. Perseverance is what my past 20 years plus in business has been about. I've stayed long enough to realize my life's work. With all the setbacks and obstacles that came my way, taking my eyes off my goal was never one of them. Of course, I was tempted to do other things that were not aligned with my goals, but every time I attempted that, I got bent and went back to my passion of saving scalps. I was relentless and persistent in chasing my dream. Customers who were not sold on my idea in the beginning now see what it was all about. They have caught on. Now I provide different solutions to the same problem, and my product range keeps growing. My persistence and belief in my product and service paid off. Creativity in my approach ensured that I was able to become established in the industry as one of the market leaders in natural hair and hair care. I have even been nicknamed Mr. Dreads. This Rome was definitely not built in one day. It has taken determination, patience, perseverance, and persistence, making mistakes, learning from them, and using them as stepping stones to my success. I've used all these factors to anchor my passion. I realized at an early stage that passion had to be my number one priority. As a result, no questioning of my untested venture when I started out kept me from moving forward. Even today, these factors are still very relevant to me, and they should be to you too, as they will help you achieve your desired success. Reflections. Entrepreneurship is not a get-rich-quick scheme. Be prepared to work hard and stay true to your passion. Have patience, perseverance, and persistence. Sometimes the rewards come quickly. Sometimes they take time. Hang in there. Dream big and dream long.
That was another episode of the book, Turning Passion into Profit by Jabu Stone, read by Samson Khumalo. The book is available online on www.kmmr.co.za, KMMR Publishers, and in all leading bookstores countrywide. It is broadcast on SAfm at 11:45 Monday to Thursday on the Daily Discourse. It is produced for the station by Vovi Patala, read by Samson Khumalo. Production, Nanda Koza, Wiseman Mangele, and Tato Mapurum.
If
you're active on social media and love SAfm, we hope you'll take a moment to like or follow our SAfm page on Facebook and Twitter. These are the best places to find all the guest information, conversations, and stories you love from your favorite presenters, along with regular updates from SABC News. And don't forget, you can send your questions to feedback@safm.co.za. SAfM, leading the conversation. SAfM 104 to 107, nationwide.
It's 12 o'clock on Thursday, the 23rd of April 2026. A very warm welcome up at noon here on SAfM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour,
all SACP members who are also ANC members must continue to conduct themselves with dignity, discipline, and revolutionary ethics and morality. We will not answer provocations with provocations. We will not descend into abuse, mudslinging, or anti-ANC rhetoric.
the South African Communist Party General Secretary Solly Mapaila has called for strict discipline among party members who also hold positions within the tripartite alliance structures and
of supplying water through water tankers. Now, that tender is not like the security tender. The security tender is fixed for 3 years. That one is also 3 years, but as and when. So you might get the tender, and for 3 years you might not get the business.
Suspended Tshwane Metro Police Department Officer Lebogang Phiri is today testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. And please let us know what's on your mind. 41391, that's one way of getting in touch via SMS. You'll be charged R150 per SMS. And you can also write to us via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 0826923909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Thursday edition of Update at Noon. First, though, here's your latest news with Ondelambana.
Sakina, on the top stories, President Ramaphosa to brief the media this afternoon, and Major Lebogang Phiri appears before the Madlanga Commission. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the media at the Union Buildings in Pretoria at 4 p.m. this afternoon. He will be accompanied by the Acting Minister of Police, Feroz Kashalia. Suspended Tshwane Metro Police Officer Major Lebogang Phiri says the city of Tshwane's Water and Sanitation Department preferred Gubi's 85 solutions to provide security after vandalism of reservoirs and pump stations in December 2024. Phiri is testifying at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. He was responsible for security deployment in the city. Phiri has been accused of assigning contract work to private security firms without the necessary delegated authority and of allegedly steering contracts towards Gubi's 85. He has denied the allegations.
The Water and Sanitation Department specifically mandated the use of Gubi's 85 Solution Pty Ltd, citing that they were already utilizing this service provider services and refused to engage multiple different service providers for budgetary and administrative reasons. In fact, the department was already utilizing Gubi's before I was even involved.
The state has added more charges in the case of suspended Ekurhuleni Metropolitan Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the city manager Kagiso Lerutla. The pair is applying for bail at the Boksburg Magistrates Court, with another charge added to the charges of corruption, fraud and defeating or obstructing the ends of justice. State prosecutor advocating Ncebandelwa informed the court of the additional charge.
From the last time we were here on Monday, there is just an amendment that we effected to the annexure in the charge sheet. We included the fifth count there. If you look at the charge sheet, it goes up to count 4. There is count 5. I did this morning, I was indicate that to my NSFAS, and I supplied them with a copy of the new annexure. That will reflect the count 5.
A Limpopo musician, Litlhohonolo Shebe Mabena Chauke, has not submitted any request for medical attention while in custody since November last year. A state witness and a nurse at the Polokwane Correctional Facility, Fikile Nkosi, is testifying in the bail application of the musician in the local magistrate's court. Shebe Mabena is facing several charges, including attempted murder. Nkosi has told the court that everybody in custody has access to medical treatment.
The accused, Shebe Mabena, argues that he's unable to consult his doctor while in custody. He had also brought his doctor to testify on his bail application. Dr. Malusi Chaba testified that Shebe Mabena has a fracture on his leg sustained in a car crash 2 years ago. Shebe Mabena also testified that his leg has already started to deform since he was arrested in November last year. I am Rendanera Lipasha in Polokwane.
Western Cape Premier Ellen Winde says too many communities are still under siege despite the deployment of SANDF soldiers to assist police operations in gang-ridden areas under the banner of Operation Prosper. Winde and Community Safety Minister Andrew Murray met with the Western Cape Police Management this week for an update nearly 3 weeks after the initiative was launched in several communities. The Premier says he raised residents' concerns around the effectiveness of Operation Prosper as well as crime intelligence and investigations.
Too many of our communities are still under siege and deployments alone are inadequate. We as the people, we need consistent updating, detailed reporting to show whether this intervention is making any real impact. We need to make sure that we don't repeat the shortcomings of the 2019 deployment of the military. This force multiplier must be planned well, it must be intelligence driven, it must be coordinated, and it must be focused on dismantling the criminal networks and the gangs that hold so many of our citizens hostage.
The White House says there's no deadline for an end to the ceasefire with Iran, which President Donald Trump extended on Tuesday night. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, also insisted the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports was proving successful by strangling Tehran's economy. The BBC's Tom Bateman has the details.
The reality here remains that Donald Trump hoped that by starting this war, he could get a quick resolution to the issue of Iran's nuclear ambitions, and that has not worked. So now he's caught by the fact that the Iranians exerted the pressure in terms of closing the Strait of Hormuz, something that the president by his own admission was not anticipating. That's had this huge economic effect. Now he's trying to reapply pressure onto the Iranians to stop that with this naval blockade. So far, every time Mr. Trump tries to force his way through to get the Iranians to do what he wants, it's failing.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the media at the Union Buildings in Pretoria at 4 p.m. this afternoon. I'm Mondelambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Well, thanks so much, Ondelambana. Good afternoon, everybody. It's 7 minutes after 12. You're listening to Update at Noon here on SAfm. Thanks so much for being with us. I must tell you, it's been quite interesting, quite busy. And I don't know about you, but I certainly cannot find enough hours in the day to stay on top of everything that is happening because I'm finding too much, too interesting at the moment. I took some time to listen to the Hampepe Commission and some very interesting arguments being made there. Today, of course, some cross-examination of former prosecutor Ackerman by the Police's Legal Counsel. And this, of course, speaks to the issue of the TRC files that were handed over and never prosecuted by the NPA, and looking into the reasons of potential interference, political and otherwise, as to why those cases were never properly investigated. And then, of course, on the other hand, there is the suspended Tshwane Metro Police Department's Major Lebogang Phiri. Now, he's the guest or the witness in the hot seat today at the Madlanga Madlanga Commission. He's been accused of unlawfully authorizing the deployment of guards to several sites, 40 sites in the Tshwane metro. And he, of course, now on the stand defending those allegations against him. And we'll come back to that later, because some other stories as well. There was a briefing by the South African Communist Party, which we'll take you to in a short while. But also, a short while ago, the presidency released a media statement in which you just heard from Ondela as well. President Cyril Ramaphosa will be addressing the media in a briefing at the Union Buildings later this afternoon. And this will be at 4 p.m. So 4 p.m. this afternoon, he will be accompanied by the acting Minister of Police, Firoz Kachalia. So I think that gives an indication as to what this will be about, considering, of course, what's been happening at the Madlanga Commission, but also the National Commissioner Fani Masemola, who appeared in court yesterday. So there is a lot going on there. So the president will be accompanied by Professor Firoz Kachalia. That briefing at 4 p.m. today, this afternoon. So stay tuned to SABC News. And of course, you will be updated on all of those developments. And then, of course, there's another court case, bail application for Julius Mkhwanazi, the suspended City of Ekurhuleni Deputy Police Chief, and the suspended municipal manager. They both appearing in court for bail hearing, Lerutla and Mkhwanazi. And that took an unexpected turn. As you know, they are actually appearing on a 2019 case in which Lerutla was he was caught speeding, and then he was meant to appear in court, did not appear in court because the allegation is that Julius Mkhwanazi found someone to impersonate him to appear in court because he had an interview to attend. And he attended the interview. Someone impersonated him in court. And then, of course, how this unraveled was that the person then did not complete the community service aspect of the sentence. And this is how all of this evidence came to light. So they are now in court on that matter, but they have adjourned as we speak because the state now, in opposing bail, have brought in, among other reasons as it pertains to Julius Mkhwanazi, what was attested at the Madlanga Commission by witness D, who is, of course, now late Marius van der Merwe, and what had happened during that murder of Emmanuel Mbenze. And they have now listed that. And the case that the state is making is that these are people, given the two incidents that I've just mentioned, who can and have in the past interfered with witnesses and processes. So they are opposing bail. And of course, the legal teams, especially those representing Mkhwanazi, have asked to take instruction. So this is why those proceedings have adjourned. I'm out of breath. There's so much going on. As I say, not enough hours in the day to keep up with it all. And those are just some of the stories. Let's take a quick break.
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Locally, we've seen an increase in petrol, in diesel, in paraffin. We inevitably are going to see an increase in food prices.
This current time needs for us to move to highly structured financial conversations in our households. We need to account for our money, stick to our budgeting, understand where are the leakages. This is the time to maybe perhaps sit and look at your bank statements for the past 3 months and say, where's my excessive spending?
Siban Joba joins us, certified financial planner and wealth manager.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAfm.
Well, before we take you to all of those live proceedings, let's just bring you up to speed with some other news now. The South African Communist Party says that its decision to contest the 2026 local government elections independently is not a break from the alliance, but rather a push to advance working class interests. The General Secretary of the SACP, Solly Mapaila, told the media that the move follows concerns over the direction of governance and the need for accountable representation. Mapaila says that the party rejects what it calls attempts by the African National Congress to pressure its members, insisting that the SACP remains committed to the broader struggle whilst asserting its independence in the electoral space. Let's briefly listen to the SACP's media address earlier.
So the SACP's position remains clear. We therefore reaffirms clearly and without ambiguity our decision to contest 2026 local government elections directly under our own banner shall continue. We will implement it without fear. The SACP is a part of experience that survived a ban under the Suppression of Communism Act imposed by the apartheid regime in 1950. We're the first organization to be banned in this country by the regime of Verwoerd. We are still here. We will be here for the next 105 years. No aspect of such a ban or anything similar, however it is branded under our hard-won democratic dispensation, can succeed in instilling fear in the SACP. Our decision to contest the forthcoming elections directly was not taken lightly, emotionally or adventurously. It arose from a sober assessment of the crisis facing local government, amongst others, the weakening hold of the liberation movement over working class communities, and the need to rebuild a direct, independent and accountable political presence of the working class in the terrain of governance and public representation. Our independent contestation is also not a retreat from the struggle for alliance reconfiguration. It is part of that struggle. It is not a retreat from the national democratic revolution itself. It is a struggle over its class direction, its organizational content, and its future. So the ANC leadership has been saying it respects the SACP's right to take its own decisions. But in what is a negation of that respect, they've been also saying they disagree with our decision to stand for elections in our own right. In the same breath, the ANC goes on an intimidation tirade against its members, reflecting its intention to censure the communists regarding their right to take part in ANC activities. As you know, the ANC is a multi-class organization. So it has the right to have communists, non-communists, and so forth. They have never launched a campaign against capital or their members who are in business, for instance. In the same breath, let me repeat this. In the same breath, the ANC goes on an intimidation tirade against its members, reflecting its intention to censure communists regarding their right to take part in SACP activities. A communist party that has resolved to go into election in its own name in this regard. Respect, therefore, cannot coexist with an ultimatum with contradictory demands. Commitment to the alliance cannot coexist with the administrative targeting of communists. A declaration that there will be no witch hunt rings hollow when accompanied by instructions designed to isolate and mischievously monitor and discipline SACP members, either as the SACP. To our members, we call on them to understand the gravity of the moment, but also to reject panic, confusion, and demoralization. This is not the time for retreat. It is not the time for individual improvisation. It is not the time for public emotionalism. It is the time for disciplined collective conduct. Every SACP member must remain calm, organized, and politically focused. No disciplined comrade must act individually under pressure or improvisation. No comrade must submit to intimidation and ultimatums and make unilateral declarations or tender resignations or take strategic decisions affecting SACP membership and responsibilities without consulting with the party. The SACP will not accede to ultimatums from another organization. Simple as that. That must be understood. Even those who are dreaming, I don't know, when people dream, they think they can give instructions to the SACP. We don't take instructions from capital nor from its stooges. Matters arising from this maneuver must be handled collectively, politically, and through SACP structures. We equally understand that if some members decide to remain with the ANC, we will respect that. We have never forced any member to join us. But we say to them, they must not undermine their own history and their own discipline by acceding to unnecessary ultimatums. All SACP members who are also ANC members must continue to conduct themselves with dignity, discipline, and revolutionary ethics and morality. We will not answer provocations with provocations. We will not descend into abuse, mudslinging, or anti-ANC rhetoric. Our struggle is not against ANC or even ordinary ANC members, many of whom remain our comrades in the broader liberation movement and amongst the motive forces. Our struggle is against things such as neoliberal policies and a political line that seeks to weaken the independent role of the party and diminish working class influence in the movement.
And that, of course, the South African Communist Party General Secretary Solly Mapaila at a media briefing earlier on the party's perspective on the African National Congress's decision to instruct members to show their allegiance to it in the upcoming local government elections or face consequences.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
And it is 22 minutes after 12. And just trying to call up our reporters, and you will appreciate that they themselves are in court as we are monitoring these proceedings. And it seemed as though it wasn't going to be a long adjournment there in the Mkhwanazi case. But of course, it seems as though our reporters are finding it hard to make their way out and, of course, get to a space where they can speak to us. In the meantime, let's take you to Limpopo, where the musician Litlogonolo Shebe Mabona Chauke has not submitted any request for medical attention while in custody since November last year. Now, a state witness and a nurse at the Polokwane Correctional Facility, Figile Nkosi, is testifying in the bail application of the musician at the local magistrate's court. Shebe Mabona is facing several charges, including attempted murder. Our reporter Vutivi Maluleke joins us now for the latest. Vutivi, good afternoon. So the state called a nurse from the Polokwane Correctional Facility, Figile Nkosi, as one of its witnesses in this bail application. What has the court heard so far?
Good afternoon, Sakina. We have seen the state witness testify at the Shebe Mabona's case. She has told the court that all inmates are eligible to medical treatment or medical attention whenever they need one. After Shebe claims that he has made a request to have medical attention, but he was not granted one. It was further said that Shebe has made medical requests verbally, but however, the nurse or the operational manager at the nursing department at the Polokwane Correctional Center Fikile Nkosi has said that it's impossible that an inmate can make a medical request and not attended to. We recently have seen the defense of Shebema Bena cross-examining the state witness Nkosi, saying that Mabena has made a request for the past 5 months, but however, he has never been granted one. However, we have seen Nkosi maintaining that it is impossible that Shere has made a request, and since today, has never been attended to. So far, we have taken a brief adjournment as the defense is continuing to cross-examine the witness.
And with regard to those in attendance, anyone interesting attending today's proceedings, Vutivi?
Yeah, we have seen his friends as well as the Limpopo Artist Movement representative, as well as his girlfriend, is also in court today to observe the proceedings, Sakina.
Vutivi, will leave it there. Of course, another short adjournment in that case as well. And this, of course, in the Polokwane Magistrates Court. And this is where the Limpopo musician, Letlohonolo Shebema Bena Chauke, is attending. And he is, of course, applying for a bail in this particular court and claiming that he has been denied medical support or access by those in charge. So we'll keep you up to breast with those developments as well. 25 minutes after 12.
This Freedom Month, we reflect, we remember, and we celebrate how far we've come. 30 years into democracy, South Africa continues to shape a future grounded in justice, equality, and opportunity for all, under the theme Freedom and the Rule of Law. 30 years of democratic citizenship. SAfm will bring you all things freedom, the voices, the stories, and the conversations that matter. Join us as we honor the journey and explore what freedom means today. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAfm Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily.
Well, thanks for staying with us here on Update at Noon. The Independent Electoral Commission has poured cold water on suggestions that the upcoming local government elections should be delayed beyond the constitutional timeframe. And this comes after the Umkhonto weSizwe party leader Jacob Zuma told eThekwini members that the party is considering calling for the elections to be postponed. Now, Zuma wants the party's court case against the IEC over alleged vote rigging in the 2024 general election to be resolved before a new poll is scheduled. The IEC's leadership in KwaZulu-Natal, engaging with political parties and other stakeholders in preparation for the local government elections, of course, had a response to that. And senior reporter Zanele Buthelezi has more on this story.
The MK party is adamant that there were irregularities in the 2024 general election, and the party wants its case to be heard in court. MK party leader Jacob Zuma wants the IEC to hold off on holding the next local government elections until there's a decision in court. The IEC is expected to hold the next polls within 90 days after the current 5-year term of municipal councils, which expires on November 1st. This then means the election should be scheduled between the 2nd of November and the 30th of January 2027. IEC chairperson Mosotho Moyepia said they want the MKP case to be resolved in court, but insisted that the upcoming local polls will still be held within the expected time frame. He cautioned against engaging in calls to abandon what is prescribed in the Constitution.
Allow that court process to go ahead and for this matter to be resolved. There is no provision in our Constitution for these elections to be delayed beyond their constitutional time frame. And we ask that all leaders help and contribute to an environment within which society will appreciate the framework within the law and in fact observe it. To stand outside of that framework would be unconstitutional and therefore unlawful.
This comes as the IEC is grappling with voter disillusionment fueled by service delivery challenges in various municipalities across the country. Research by the Human Sciences Research Council showed that only 17% of South Africans have confidence in political parties and 58% aren't happy with the country's democracy. While the problem is nationwide, Moyepia expressed concern about the sentiments being rife in KwaZulu-Natal.
This is foreign, and it cannot be a thing that a responsible society, a nation that is democratic, must leave, unchallenged.
The IEC leadership is in KwaZulu-Natal this week to conduct meetings with various stakeholders, including political parties, where it's urging them to play a role in restoring people's trust in the country's electoral democracy as they choose their candidates for the elections. On Wednesday, the delegation had an engagement with the ANC's newly appointed provincial task team, led by its convener, Mike Mabuyakulu.
We should be prepared to be competitors that are actually using the rules of the game that have been well established. So political parties, instead of throwing stones at the IEC, we ourselves should also participate in saying, IEC, in these instances, there are glitches, be able to deal with. For instance, we have raised the issues of staffing, that we think the IEC should do a little bit of more scanning in appointing people who are senior staff members of the IEC, so that people who are going to come in and misbehave have got very little chance in finding themselves being part of the IEC staff.
The IEC was scheduled to meet with the MK party in Nkandla on Friday, but that meeting has since been cancelled. IEC chairperson Mosotho Moyepia said they are still hoping to meet with the MK party leadership as the commission prepares for the local government elections. Zanele Buthelezi, SABC News, Durban.
And that brings us up to time for headlines, and here's Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, City of Ekurhuleni manager Kagiso Lerutla says his release on bail will be in the best interest of justice. He says he has no history of criminality and is not a flight risk. Tshwane Metro Police Officer Major Lebogang Phiri has denied before the Madlanga Commission allegations that he favoured Gubi's 85 solutions for ad hoc security deployment at the city. And President Cyril Ramaphosa is expected to address the media at the Union Buildings in Pretoria at 4 o'clock this afternoon. He will be accompanied by the Acting Minister of Police, Feroz Kachalia. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Sakina Kamwendo on SAFM.
Well, thanks so much, Ondelambana, and she'll be back at the top of the hour with the latest news on a very busy news day, I must say. And of course, just keeping our eyes on developments. As I said, the suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi and the city manager in Ekurhuleni, Kagiso Lerutla, they are back in the Boksburg Magistrates Court, and that court has adjourned, and it was meant to be quite a short adjournment because of new evidence or the statement that was read by the state and took the prosecution, the defense by surprise. And they had asked to adjourn for a brief moment to take instruction from at least Julius Mkhwanazi because the statement that was produced by the state pertained to him in the main with regard to that murder case of Emmanuel Mbenze. But of course, they're still not back. So what we'll do is we'll take you to the Madlanga Commission, and a new witness today. We're back to matters pertaining to the Tshwane Metro Police Department, and Lebogang Phiri is testifying. He was accused of unlawfully authorizing the security service provision for about 40 sites, and this was in favor of Gubi's 85 solutions, and this is of course among the allegations that were put against him. So let's take you there to the Madlanga Commission.
And the earlier email that we looked at, which was, I think it said, Phiri will run with it.
Yes.
You're saying that's where you drew your authority in respect of the other stations, effectively to execute Sekgolela's list as he gives it to you. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. In fact, what I should say is that the deployment on the 7th is in pursuance of the decision that was taken in the meeting of the 6th. Because the meeting of the 6th gives effect that Mr. Phiri will, in fact, let me read it so that I don't. It says, it tells Dr. Elvis Kwapeng Madikaba that please get Phiri to run with the process and let's monitor progress.
Yes.
Remember, in a meeting already, Sekgolela has told us, Herman, that we don't have this problem only here. We have a larger problem that you must deal with. So you must prepare yourself. Okay. So I'm now leaving my other duties, delegating them to another colleague of mine to say, please take care of my regions and stuff and my meetings, reschedule some of my meetings. And now I'm going to see what is happening. So they come in as they come to say, Mr. Phiri, because I've already given an instruction, now I must execute.
Understand. Thank you.
Mr. Phiri, maybe to piggyback on that question, you will see that at page 7 of file 1, and then what is then referred to by Herman Sekgolela is what is called an updated list, which then appears on page 8.
Yes.
Now, when you look at that list and then you compare it with maybe go to file number 4 on page 153.
Page 153.
153, yes, of file 4.
One 153.
153, yes, file 4.
One 154.
153.
3.
File 4. And then 153.
Yeah, I have 153 and 154 in front of me.
Yes, so on 153, what you must see is a document that says a summary of sites allocated to Gubis by Mr. Phiri. Is that the one you have?
Summary of sites allocated to Gubis 85 by Mr. Phiri.
Yes. Now, this document, it's populated from the letters that you signed.
Yes.
Yes. And really the part of the question that Commissioner Baloyi was asking you was that, at the very least, accepting that even if for a moment that Herman Sekgolela had the authority to dictate to you, as you put in your statement, who to allocate and which sites, in question. The question really at the heart of it is that On page 8, you have 19 sites that are identified. And then on your letters, on the summary of what we have here, you have 38 sites. It's actually 40, but I've subtracted 2, which belongs to Dr. Madihlabe. So with yourself, it's 38. And what we're trying to reconcile is that where did you obtain the instruction to allocate the difference?
Just the last question, so that I can give you a proper answer.
Yes, you have on page 8 what you referred us to is a list of sites, which is a total of 19 sites. But when you look at page 153, you have a total of 38 sites. So
Yes.
there's a whole difference of sites that don't accord to what you are telling us in terms of your email. So the question I'm asking you is that how do you account for the remainder of the sites for a moment?
Okay. Remember the questions that were sent to me is authority, instruction, process, and generation and paying of POs. Now, I had to prove, commissioners, that I had authority from Director Malachi. I got an instruction from Director Malachi. Water and sanitation got their own people to work. I'm not responsible for, I'm answering those questions. But should have the question came and said, we need evidence to show that Mr. Sekholela is sending you this list, and then I would have put the emails to show that I did not just go and identify site. He identifies sites, he allocates goobies, and then mine is to go. There are emails to that effect. I am not just going around doing, even there are emails where he says, I have seen that I'm done maybe in Waverley. Please redeploy these guards to Sunderland Ridge. Because now he is in control. He's telling us where his problems are. And then we are going where he tells us. I don't identify these sites. He identifies them, but the question from the commission did not say, Piri, show us how did you arrive at 38. I would have showed you that as much as I've given you the updated site, I would have shown you that the updated site also comes with new sites.
Mr. Musigi, perhaps in the interest of time, let's resolve this by affording Major Piri an opportunity to supplement on this point.
Chair, I'm happy to do that, but the question still remains, and it's not really what was sent to him. The question remains is that the letters that he sent, and that's what he must answer to. This is what is before the commission.
That's pretty clear that it has only the number that you referred to, which is much lesser than or fewer than what you referred to later, and I don't think that will change in the interest of time. I think you've made your point. You've made your point with regard to that, and then that's what Major Piri says he would have addressed had his mind been directed to that specifically. And it's on that I think, in fairness, we should afford him an opportunity to supplement. You are free to respond to me.
Yes, Chair. I take heed to that, Chair. I'll take the answer as it is, that at least for now, there is no account, even if we were to accept that he had authority from either Herman or Malachi, there is still a deficit of at least 50% of the letters that he can account for.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Piri?
Major Piri, you say, had your mind been directed to this issue, you would have been able to address it. So I afford the opportunity to supplement your statement by addressing this issue.
Definitely, Commissioner.
By when do you think you can file a supplementary statement?
First, I have to request Director Denis Minar to access. I have my laptop, but I have to access a municipal building, and then that I cannot say by Friday.
Do you first? Okay.
But the commission can give me a deadline. But I think by Wednesday, because I will definitely send them the request and the update.
I say it's Wednesday or Friday. What should I give you?
Wednesday.
Wednesday is fine.
Yes, Wednesday.
All right, then you are directed to file that.
Yes, I will work it over the weekend, and then I will send them. Yes.
To file it by Wednesday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Musigiri. Mr. Musigiri, I hope you don't feel that I curtailed your cross-examination on this. Because as I say, I think you've made your point, and we understand it perfectly.
No, Chair, I accept that, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll move on from, well,
Thank you.
I'm still on the same point, but at least
All
on a
right.
different angle, Chair.
All right.
Yes. Mr. Piri, you testified that when you received, so the question is, when you received the instruction, finally, on the on the 10th of January, that will be the email on page 1, LA01, from Mr. Herman Sekhulela. Page 1, file 1.
Page 1.
Yes, so you go to your first file, then it refers to your annex chart, LO1, on page 1.
LO1.
Yes.
Yes.
You see that. On top there is an email from Herman.
Page 1.
Yes.
From Herman.
Yes,
on
so what's
page
your
1
annex chart,
is
LA01?
Chukudu Malachi. On page 1.
Yes, no, go to the very top of the email.
Yes.
You see that?
Yeah.
Now, that's an email addressed to you.
Yes.
Yes. And that is the email that gives you the go-ahead. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So the question is that how many sites did you then visit on the day?
On the day.
Yes.
There are no sites attached here on the 10th.
Yes.
Let me see this sites.
Remember your testimony is this, Mr. P. Let me assist you. You say that finally you received the final go-ahead on the 10th.
Yes.
Having taken into account all these developments between Mr. Herman, Mr. Malachi.
Yes.
And you say on the 10th is what triggered you to start doing your job. And then obviously on the 14th you signed those letters. So the question is that how many areas did you visit?
If you take out number 7 and number 10, because they are already done, and it's 19 sites. You take out number 1 also. It's 16. Moreleta, Grasfontein, Grootfontein, Carina, Ilados Park, Mokelneck. It's 15. You must take out number 19, Royal Belt Presser. It is already in force. He is not aware. I'm aware because it's the one that I'm taking, started in May. So it's 15. So if I read you this, it's in Region 6. The reservoirs and Glenway, I see there's Glenway Estate Feeder. They are in Region 6. That is your Mamelodi up until Grasfontein. it takes me 4 hours to visit all of those sites. You take Rayton Reservoir and Refilwe. It is already, I know these 2 sites. This is what I'm talking about, that I've been to these sites before he can send me this. Because these sites, when he sends them, I realize that he is not aware. But I say to him, let me go to Rayton and Refilwe and satisfy myself. But I know them. I go there, it's in Region 5. When I'm finished with Mamelodi, I just drive up around, I think it's 15 kilometers. It is not exactly in that area. It's on the road going to Moloto. When you move from Glenway, I think it's just 5 kilometers in the bush. I just go there and I see the sites. But these are new sites. I've been there before. And it was in December, I think, 2023. And then I go there. And then it says Florana LL Reservoir Pump Station. It's in Pretoria North. So already now...
Perhaps to deal with this more quickly, did you do all of this in one day or not?
Yes, I did.
And what was the day or date?
I think it was, he sent me this on the 10th. I think I either went, if I can see the email, I either went, I started on this day. Because remember now, commissioners.
Now when you say you started, because you just said you did all of them in one day, when you say started, are you suggesting that you started and did not finish, or you started and finished?
I started and finished.
All right.
Because I'm on standby.
Okay, can you tell what date it was?
I believe I started on the same day.
On the same day?
Yeah, on the 10th.
Yes.
It must be just after 12.
All right, thank you. I think that's what you wanted to establish, Mr. Musigiri. Not so much the order in which he did this and the time he took. Does that answer your question?
It does, Chairperson, answer the question. It just still begs the other question as to how many sites did he visit? Because the letters that were produced, according to our records at least,
I think he did answer that. He said, taking out this and that site, then it's this total. I think he did answer that. Unless you want him to just give you that total again.
Yes, that will assist me for my notes.
Yes.
Okay. You take out number 1, and you take out number 3 and 4. It's 3 now. You take out number 7. You take out number 10. You take out number 14, Glenway. You take out number 19. So I visited, it's 5 or 6. I visited 14 on that day. The nature of my work, advocate, I'm one person. I can start work at 6 and finish at 2 o'clock.
All that's wanted now is just the total.
Oh, it's 14.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Phiri. Can we then deal with the last subtopic before we go to the next stream? And this relates to the question that was posed probably earlier to you, and definitely it was canvassed with the CFO when he came here, Mr. Mnisi, as to the processes that ought to be followed. And that's something that I realize that you're also itchy to explain relating to purchase orders. Can you go to page 111 on file 4?
File 4?
Yes.
111, file 4?
Yes. Now, before you... Thank you. Now, before you get into... Okay. So it's 111. Are you winning?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes. So there was much huff and puffing about the processes that relates to purchase orders and the processes.
Yes.
Now,
I hope your meaning of huffing and puffing is different to Mr. Mnisi's, because I know huffing and puffing to mean the opposite of what he said. Please continue.
Indeed, Chair. I will try not to huff and puff. Mr. Phiri, do you recognize the document?
Yes.
Yes. What is that document?
It's a memo from Mr. T.P. Malachi and Mr. Navapile.
And it is dated 23 January 2023. Can you read into the record the subject matter of that letter or that memo?
Okay. Standard operating procedure, acquisition of additional new security services. The requesting department must address a request to the Office of the City Manager, Asset and Property Protection Unit. OCM, APPU will conduct a security risk assessments on the sites where security is required and make recommendations as well as provide quotations for the provision of such requested services. The requesting department must then send to the OCM APPU a formal letter of request signed by the cost center owner where the money will come from, indicating the cost center number, general ledger account, and how much must be committed for the services. The GL and cost center will be verified for sufficient funds. Upon funds being available, a purchase order will be created and sent to the cost center owner for release. Once a PO has been released, the OCM APPU will then go ahead and provide the services and monitor such services. Mr. T.P. Malachi signs it on the 23rd 01/2023, and Mr. Navapile approves.
We're not the city officials. Can you explain to us what's your fair understanding of the process here, Mr. Phiri, just to assist the commission?
To assist the commission, I would say this in the office of the city manager. It's a memo outlining the standard operating procedure. It indicates what must happen. But advocate commissioners, this was not followed on this instance. The reason is there were already services that were provided without our intervention, which were irregular from the Department of Water. We come to realize when they have a problem.
No, I get that. Before you get there, I was just saying on what the document, the process that it prescribes.
Yes.
Then we can come to this instance where it was followed or not. I think you did say for whatever reasons.
Yes.
Just to understand where how it works.
How it works.
Yes. In terms of when you in an ideal situation.
Yes.
And when would a purchase order be produced?
What it says here, it's true. A purchase order must be produced before work is done. But the systems in the city of Tshwane now, as we speak, as we are here, doesn't allow that. Because they don't rely on the quotation. They rely on an invoice. Remember now, here they are talking about the quotation. Creditors say, and SCM, we cannot produce a PO without an invoice. Hence I said to advocate commissioners, a quotation is as much as a deployment letter. doesn't give effect for SCM or creditors to pay. So you must validate an invoice, then that entries are made to create the PO, as we are sitting here. Because, if you can create one PO now for services that will be rendered for 3 months, you can create it for 3 months, and there will be ease of operations. But then you have validated with an invoice that this work is being done.
No, thank you. I think the document is clear as to what ought to be done. Yes. Chair, I still have to cover the financial aspect of relating to Mr. Phiri. And I see that it's 12:59.
Let's do that at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn until 2 p.m.
And right on time for us as well to say goodbye here on Update at Noon. And that, of course, the Madlanga Commission. And on the witness stand is the Tshwane Metro Police Officer Major Lebogang Phiri. And he, of course, has been accused of assigning contract work to private security firms without the necessary delegated authority. He's also accused of steering contracts towards one of the private security companies, namely Gubi's 85. So at 2 p.m., the cross-examination by Advocate Musikiri will continue. But from us here at Update at Noon, please be safe, take care. It's 1 o'clock. Here's Ondelambana with your latest news.
Thank you, Sakina and the team. On the top stories, DA lays criminal charges against Minister Tolashe, and U.S. Navy Secretary John Palin has left the job. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The DA has laid criminal charges against Social Development Minister Sisisi Tolashe at the Cape Town Central Police Station. The charges relate to the alleged non-disclosure of the 2 cars that Tolashe is alleged to have registered under her 2 children's names, and also for allegedly giving Parliament false information. The cars were donated by the Chinese Embassy to the ANC Women's League. DA Deputy Chief Whip Baxolile Nodada explains the main reason behind their case.
It is alleged that the Minister of Social Development, Minister Tolashe, has lied to Parliament regarding this particular issue on vehicles being signed in the names of her children. So we are laying that charge first, which is not contained in any other charge that has been laid against the minister as yet. The second charge is around fraud, where she's indicated that these cars were meant for the ANC Women's League, but were registered in their children, and so that she can protect those cars from being taken by creditors from the ANC, which is an act of fraud on its own. So that's the second charge that we're going to be laying here today, which are not contained in any other form of charge, so that the police can be able to investigate these 2 criminal offences.
Transport Minister Barbara Chrissy has outlined government's vision to position rail as the backbone of South Africa's transport and logistics system. Chrissy has unveiled the draft National Rail Master Plan for public comment at a media briefing in Campton Park. The plan is aimed at revitalizing and modernizing the country's rail network while integrating passenger, freight and high-speed rail systems. Cabinet has already approved the gazetting of the draft plan for public comment, with Gauteng marking the start of a nationwide consultation process set to run until September 2026. Chrissy says an effective commuter rail system will help reduce road fatalities.
An effective commuter rail system would lower household costs, save time, reduce road accidents, and improve accessibility to income and services for low-income communities. At current prices, full implementation of the Rail Master Plan would require private and public investment of close to 2 trillion rand over the next 30 years.
City of Ekurhuleni manager Kagiso Lerutla says his release on bail will be in the best interest of justice. He says he has no history of criminality and is not a flight risk. Lerutla and suspended Ekurhuleni Metro Police Deputy Police Chief Julius Mkhwanazi are applying for bail in the Boksburg Magistrate Court following their arrest over the weekend. They face charges of corruption, fraud and defeating the ends of justice. The case stems from an incident in March 2019 when Lerutla was arrested by traffic police for speeding. The state has alleged that Mkhwanazi and Lerutla recruited an associate to impersonate Lerutla in court while he attended a job interview. Lerutla's legal representative Michael Helens read out his client's affidavit.
I submit with respect, if this Honourable Court does not grant me bail, my family and I would suffer grave and irreparable prejudice. The prejudice will be in the form of lack of support to my family, as they would be deprived of the love, emotional and financial support from me. I was made to understand by the arresting officers that I would be facing many grave charges in this matter. This means that I would really need to conduct regular and comprehensive consultations with my legal team.
Tshwane Metro Police Officer Major Lebogang Phiri has denied before the Madlanga Commission allegations that he favoured Gubi's 85 solutions for ad hoc security deployment at the city. He also rejected claims that he received incentives from the company in exchange for channeling work to it. Gubi's 85 solutions has been implicated in allegations of corruption, with claims that the company was favoured in the awarding of contracts and received the lion's share of a multi-million rand security tender. Phiri testified that the instruction to allocate work to Gubi's 85 came from his superior Chukudu Malachi as well as the city's water and sanitation department.
I may have favoured Gubi's 85 solutions or received incentives for channeling work to them. I categorically deny this allegation. I executed my duties strictly pursuant to instruction from Director Malachi and the explicit directives of Water and Sanitation Department without any improper motive or corrupt relationship. Concluding remarks, I maintain that my actions regarding the deployment of Gubi's 85 solutions were transparent and executed entirely within the perimeters of instruction and then handed down by my superiors and the requesting department.
The Pentagon says the U.S. Navy Secretary John Pellan has left the job. No explanation has been given for the sudden departure. Pellan is the latest high-ranking military leader to leave the administration in recent months. His departure comes amid the U.S.-Israel war with Iran and the continued U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The BBC's Ben DeBusman has the details.
U.S. media has reported that Secretary Phelan had a very tense relationship with the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, over many months now, both over personnel issues in the Navy and the Marine Corps, but also in terms of where he was going with the Navy. At the same time, this is very much a surprise, the timing here in Washington. John Phelan was someone who was seen as very close to President Trump. He was a very significant donor during Trump's presidential campaign. And as recently as December, he was with Trump in Mar-a-Lago when he unveiled the Trump-class battleships.
Recapping the top story, the DA has laid criminal charges against Social Development Minister Sisisi Dolashe at the Cape Town Central Police Station. I'm Mondelambana for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Do great solutions start with good conversation? SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Moro, Moni, Dumela, Bonjour, Habari. You arrived in South Africa to build something better. New place, new challenges, new responsibilities. Now you can with the Mama Money bank account. Pay your rent, take care of your daily needs, build your life, and when your family needs you, you don't wait. You send money home, quickly, securely, from wherever you are. Because this is more than money, it's progress. Buy your Mama Money card today at Pick n Pay or a Mama Money agent. Mama Money, now you can.
Last year, the Proteas women were runners-up in the final of the ICC ODI World Cup against India in front of 1 billion cheering Indian fans.
The new champions of the world, India.
Now Laura and her team take them on home ground with your unwavering support behind them. Watch this unmissable T20 International Series versus India. Live this April with 2 games in Durban, 2 in Joburg, and 1 in Benoni. Let's get behind the Proteas. Tickets are selling fast. Book today at cricket.co.za. Dare to be unbreakable.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAfm to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
You are listening to The Full Circle.
I just wanna feel good every day. I wanna wear a smile upon my face. I wanna feel the joys of the day. I wanna feel alive in every moment. Said I won't waste time on feeling blue. I won't waste time on things I cannot change. I'm gonna live this day
I don't know why I work with the team that I work with, because before we even go on air, they've already elevated my heart pressure, especially this young technician of mine, Umondli. Like, we're always having robust conversations before we take the show live. Good afternoon to you. I hope you are having a great day. Woken up on the right side of the bed today. We certainly did with my team. Definitely woke up on the right side of bed today. Already put in a lot of behind the scenes work on this particular show, and we'll bring you what we were up to this morning later on in the week. For now, though, and for today, we're going to be touching base with Uspahle Mote. We're going to be looking at the Madlanga Commission for Day 96. We've got a brand new witness on the stand today, so we'll get some context around this morning's witness and how he ties in to everything that we've heard that speaks to the happenings at the Sidibeng district. And then for today's family meeting, we want to ask the question, how much are you spending for your child's matric farewell? I don't know if you live on social media and you've seen some of the trends around matric farewells. It's become ridiculous, for lack of a better word. The level of opulence and luxury and spend for a matric dance gown, the suit, the vehicles that the children are dropped off with, the accessories, the leather goods, the bags, the diamond earrings. We just wanted to have this family meeting with you to gauge how much you're spending on your child's matric dance, your matric's dance farewell. Do you think that being rich and having access also justifies and explains the levels of opulence that we see being spent on children? I mean, for some matric dancers, we're seeing gowns upwards of 150,000 Rand just for the matric dance gown. This does not exempt the boy child either, because some go to the bespoke suit tailors and the suits are upwards of 50, 60, 70,000 Rand for a suit. Love to gauge your thoughts on it. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. Feel free to send through your WhatsApp voice note. You're more than welcome to do so. And of course, 086-000-2032 is the number that you can call us on. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, we are going to be looking at intellectual property and sports, understanding the South African legal framework in and around that sector. I'll tell you what else is coming up on the show closer to the time. Let's catch up with Uspahle Mote.
SAfm has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365. Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
30-year-old Dineo knows all about saving on her car insurance with Outsurance.
I'm saving 1,094 Rands.
That's an unbelievable 1,094 Rand monthly saving on Dineo's 2025 Kia Sonet. And she'll get an out bonus.
If I'm claim-free for 3 years, then I get an out bonus back.
Ready to see how much money Outsurance could save you? SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Top Billing is back with a bold new chapter and fresh new faces leading the way. Get ready to experience the world of luxury, travel, design and inspiring stories with their new dynamic presenters. From Zozibini Tunzi to Brioni Govender, Ano Krief, and of course Sinemi Vuyo Mpulo, bringing the unique style, energy and perspective to every moment. The all-new season of Top Billing premieres on S3 Thursday, the 30th of April at 7 p.m, with repeats on Tuesday at 9:30 p.m. on SABC1. Top Billing is back and you don't want to miss it.
Bridget Masinga is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Smahlimoto joins us now when we're talking all things Madlanga Commission. It's day 96 and we are back at the Madlanga Commission with suspended Tshwane Metro Police Officer Major Lebogang Phiri, who's told the Madlanga Commission that the City of Tshwane's Water and Sanitation Department preferred Gubi's 85 solutions to provide security services following the vandalism of reservoirs and pump stations back in December of 2024. How are you doing this afternoon, Smahle?
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
What do we know about today's witness, Major Lebogang Phiri, who seemed to set the tone this morning of trying to infer that, listen, I wasn't always corrupt. Circumstances within the SAPS pushed me in that direction, or did I misunderstand?
No, that's exactly what he's alluding to, Bridget. And if you remember, his name came up during the testimony of Revo Spies as well as Sean Bohais, who had alleged that he had no power to, give Gubi's 85 Solutions work and allocate work to that security company. And I think what is important about Gubi's 85 Solutions is the fact that it got the lion's share of this multi-million rands security tender at the City of Tshwane, I think amounting to 60 million, with some allegations claiming that they didn't even do the work in some instances. And what we heard from, Revo Spies is the fact that Major Lebogang Phiri actually was giving Gubi's 85 work, but he denies this and says that, that instruction came from the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as Chugudu Malaji, which is his direct line manager. So he has actually distanced himself and said that, it is the Water and Sanitation Department who had actually said that they prefer working with Gubi's 85 Solutions because they've previously worked with the security company before. So he has definitely sort of laid the foundation to say he's not involved. It was an instruction from his superiors, even bringing in some emails from Chugudu Malaji, alluding to the fact that it was indeed an instruction that came from Malaji.
The commissioners also were quite interested in knowing the processes of how the security elements or the instruction of the security deployment worked with the department.
No, definitely. If you remember, Phiri is responsible for security deployment in the city, and they had encountered challenges, I think around December 2024, if I'm not mistaken, where they found that a lot of the infrastructure within the City of Tshwane was getting vandalized. And he even attributed this to, the water tankers, the people who provide water tankers, who say that